Declaration, a middle finger wrapped in foam and polyester. You could spot one from 3 aisles away in a grocery store, and your body would know what to do before your brain caught up. Shoulders tighten, eyes drop, breath shortens. By 2024, the red MAGA hat was no longer a campaign souvenir. It was a weapon of social war. Let us go back to the beginning of the end. Not 2015, not the escalator. Go back to 2020, when the pandemic had gutted the economy and Trump had lost the election by 7 million votes. That loss should have been the end. In any normal country, a defeated president rides off to a library named after himself and dies quietly in a golf cart. But Trump did not go to a library. He went to a microphone, and he told 74 million Americans that the election had been stolen. Most politicians lie. That is their job description. But Trump lied in a different register. Not to conceal, but to recruit. He was not asking for belief. He was asking for membership. The lie was the membership card. If you believed the election was stolen, you were in the tribe. If you did not, you were the enemy. The red hat was the uniform of that tribe, and by early 2021, it had stopped being about Trump himself. It had become a religious artifact. Consider the material reality of the hat. It cost $15 on the official website, plus shipping. But by 2022, you could not buy an official one anymore because the supply chains had clogged and the campaign was hemorrhaging money to legal fees. So the faithful made their own. Etsy sellers cranked out knockoffs with brighter red fabric and stiffer brims. A woman in Idaho sewed them by hand for her church congregation. 50 hats, each with a small cross stitched inside the lining. A retired welder in West Virginia 3D printed the letters MAGA in glow-in-the-dark plastic and glued them to cheap trucker caps. He sold 300 out of the back of his F-150 before the county sheriff told him to stop because he did not have a vendor's license. The sheriff was a Trump voter too, so he let him off with a warning and bought 2 for his nephews. That was the genius of the hat. It was cheap enough to be disposable, but sacred enough to die for. In 2021, a man in Oregon was shot outside a Costco because he refused to take his red hat off when a group of teenagers told him to. In 2022, a woman in Florida wore hers into a voting booth during a primary, illegal since electioneering is banned within 100 feet. And when a poll worker asked her to remove it, she screamed that her religious freedom was being violated. The ACLU did not take her case. But that did not matter. She posted the video on Rumble and got 2 million views. The comments were a chorus of vengeance. Stand your ground. They want to erase us. The hat is our flag now. And the flag analogy is not accidental. Before 2015, Americans displayed the stars and stripes on holidays and at ball games. After 2020, the American flag became partisan. Fly it on a pickup truck, and you were assumed to be MAGA. Fly it on a porch, and neighbors wondered if you had attended the January 6th rally. The red hat solved that problem. It was explicitly, proudly, violently partisan. You could not mistake it for patriotism. Patriotism loves the country. The red hat loved one man. That man, by 2023, was under 4 separate indictments, 91 felony counts, documents stolen and stored in a bathroom, a phone call to Georgia demanding 11,780 votes, a scheme to fake electors in 7 states, and yet every time he was arraigned, a crowd of red hats gathered outside the courthouse. They prayed the rosary, they sang the national anthem off-key. They held signs that said, "God bless Trump," and "Witch hunt," and "You will have to kill me first." A grandmother in Michigan drove 9 hours to stand outside the Fulton County Jail in August heat. She brought a cooler full of bottled water and gave it to strangers. When a reporter asked why she was there, she said, "Because he took an oath. He's the only one who ever kept it." She was wearing a red hat with Trump 2024 embroidered in gold thread. She had paid $50 for that hat at a rally in Grand Rapids. She had not paid her electric bill that month. She told the reporter that God would provide. That was the second layer of the cult. Sacrifice. The red hat was not just a symbol of belonging. It was a receipt for suffering. Every MAGA believer had a story of a lost friend, a blocked family member, a Thanksgiving dinner ruined by political argument. The hat became a badge of that cost. "I lost my sister because of this hat" was not a lament. It was a credential. The more you sacrificed, the more faithful you were. And Trump, from his golden towers and private planes, understood this intuitively. He never sacrificed anything himself, but he asked for everything from them, and they gave it. They gave money. The average Trump donor in 2020 gave $63. By 2023, the average donor was giving more than $200. Not because they had more money, but because they had been told that Trump's legal fees were their responsibility. The Election Defense Fund raised over $250 million in the months after November 2020. Almost none of it went to election defense. It went to Trump's businesses, Trump's travel, Trump's lawyers who were defending Trump, not the election. When that fact came out in a court filing, the Red Hats did not care. They sent more money. A retired bus driver in Pennsylvania sent his entire stimulus check, $1,400, to a Trump PAC. He told a local news crew, "He needs it more than me." The bus driver lived in a trailer. His roof leaked. He had not seen a dentist in 6 years. But the bus driver was not unusual. He was the rule. The Red Hat turned working-class Americans into venture capitalists of resentment. They invested their last dollars in Trump because they believed that Trump would, in return, invest in them. He never did. The tax cuts of 2017 gave the bus driver $100 a year, while giving Trump's Mar-a-Lago club a $17 million property tax break. The trade war with China cost Pennsylvania farmers 40% of their soybean exports. Trump's deregulation of railroad safety led to the East Palestine derailment, which poisoned a town full of his own voters. And still, the hat stayed on. Because the hat was never about policy. It was about identity. And identity is the most powerful drug known to human psychology. Once you have fused your self-worth to a piece of red foam, removing it feels like removing your skin. That is why when Trump lost in 2020, his supporters did not say, "Oh, well, we tried." They said he won and they stole it. The hat became proof of that counter-truth. To take off the hat was to admit that the counter-truth was a lie, and that admission would require them to rebuild their entire understanding of reality. Most people choose the lie. It is easier. By 2024, the Red Hat had become a Rorschach test. To the MAGA believer, it was the cross of Christ, the flag of Iwo Jima, the shield of the working man. To everyone else, it was a swastika stitched in red polyester. That polarization was not an accident. It was the business model. Trump's entire political career ran on outrage. He needed the left to hate the hat so that the right would love it more. Every time a restaurant refused service to a person in a red hat, every time a teacher asked a student to remove one, every time an HOA banned them from the pool, the hat became more sacred. Persecution is the accelerant of cults. Without it, the faithful might notice that their God had no clothes. With it, they are martyrs in training. And they trained hard. By 2025, wearing a red hat in a blue city was an act of civil disobedience. In Portland, Oregon, a group called Red Rose Resistance organized monthly MAGA walks, where dozens of hat wearers marched through downtown, carrying flags and chanting USA, while counter-protesters threw water bottles and shouted obscenities. Both sides filmed each other. Both sides posted the videos online. Both sides felt righteous. And both sides were playing a game whose rules had been written by a reality television star who had never believed a single word he said. The end of the Red Hat did not come from the left. It came from the right. Slowly, quietly, almost imperceptibly at first, the MAGA faithful began to realize that Trump had not made America great again. He had made America cheaper, lonelier, and more afraid. But that realization, that slow dawn, belongs to later chapters. Here, in the beginning, we must understand the hat in its full, terrifying glory. It was not a hat. It was a womb and a tomb. It gave birth to a new kind of American, the citizen as fanatic, and it buried the old kind, the citizen as neighbor. By 2026, the red hat was still everywhere. But something had changed. The fanaticism had curdled into something darker. Not anger. Anger is hot, and heat burns out. What replaced anger was a cold, exhausted desperation. The hat no longer felt like a crown. It felt like a weight. And the people wearing it were no longer proud. They were scared. Scared of losing their house. Scared of their children not speaking to them. Scared of a country that had once felt like theirs and now felt like a foreign land. They held on to the hat because letting go meant admitting that they had been wrong. And for people who had built their entire identity on never being wrong, that admission was a kind of death. But death comes for every cult. Sometimes it comes from outside. Sometimes it comes from the slow rot of broken promises. And sometimes, rarely, it comes from a single person, standing in front of a mirror, looking at the red hat on their head, and realizing that they are the one who set the fire. That person exists in every red hat. They just haven't taken it off yet. The offering plate. The first time I saw a MAGA believer empty their bank account for Donald Trump, I was sitting in a Denny's in Scranton, Pennsylvania, at 11:47 on a Tuesday night. The man at the next booth was maybe 65, maybe 70, the kind of leather-skinned, heavy-handed man who had worked in a warehouse or driven a truck or laid asphalt until his knees gave out. He was eating a Grand Slam with extra bacon, and his phone was propped against the ketchup bottle. On the screen was a Trump fundraising email. I could see it from where I sat. The subject line was in all caps. "They are coming for me. Please help." The man put down his fork, typed his credit card number with one thick finger, and hit submit. Then he picked up his fork again and kept eating, as if he had just paid for his pancakes instead of sending his last $60 to a billionaire in a golf cart. That is the image I want you to hold in your mind. Not the rallies, not the speeches, not the flags, the Denny's, the man, the quiet, automatic, sacrificial act of giving money you do not have to a man who will never know your name. That is the offering plate, and it never stopped. Between 2015 and 2024, Donald Trump's political operation raised more than $3.4 billion. That is not a typo. Billion with a B. More than the GDP of several small countries. More than the endowments of Harvard, Yale, and Princeton combined. And where did that money come from? Not from billionaires, though a few wrote large checks. Not from corporations, though some PACs bundled. The vast majority, over 70% by one Federal Election Commission analysis, came from small donors. People giving $20, $50, $100. People giving again and again, month after month, until the recurring charges showed up on their bank statements like a second mortgage. The average Trump donor in 2020 gave 8 times between Labor Day and Election Day. The average Biden donor gave twice. Trump's fundraising was not a campaign, it was a subscription service. And the product was not policy or governance. The product was belonging. When you gave Trump money, you received something in return. Not a tax break, not a factory job. You received a digital membership card, a scrolling leaderboard on the donor page, a Trump supporter badge on the website, an email address that got added to a list that sent you 6 messages a day telling you that you were one of the brave few holding back the darkness. That was the transaction. Your money bought you a feeling, and feelings are priceless. The mechanics of this were ruthlessly efficient. Trump's digital director, a young man named Gary Kobe, built a machine that would make Silicon Valley jealous. Every email was A/B tested. Every subject line was optimized for rage. "They are laughing at you" outperformed "Can you chip in?" by 400%. "Your family is in danger" outperformed "Stand with Trump" by 600%. The fundraising team discovered that the best time to send a text message was between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m., when people were tired, lonely, and scrolling through their phones in bed. Those late-night texts had a click-through rate of 11%, which is astronomical in direct marketing. 11% of bleary-eyed, half-asleep Americans would click a link and enter their credit card information, and then the system would automatically enroll them in a weekly recurring donation of $9.99, buried in the fine print, non-refundable. Thousands of people did not notice the recurring charge until months later. A school teacher in Ohio found $60 missing from her checking account every week for 6 months before she realized the Trump campaign had been auto-deducting her account. She called her bank to dispute the charges. The bank told her she had agreed to the terms and conditions. She did not remember agreeing, but the digital signature was there. When a local journalist asked the Trump campaign for comment, they sent a one-sentence statement: "All donations are voluntary and fully compliant with FEC regulations." That was true. It was also a lie of omission. The compliance was legal. The ethics were a ditch on the side of a dark road. By 2022, the Trump campaign had been sued 4 times over these recurring charges. Every lawsuit was settled for a small fraction of the stolen money, with a confidentiality clause that prevented the plaintiffs from speaking publicly. The terms were simple. We will give you back twice what you lost, but you must sign a paper saying you cannot talk about it. Most people signed, they needed the money, and the machine kept running. But the auto donations were only the second circle of the offering plate. The first circle, the heart of the cult, was the post-2020 fundraising. After Trump lost the election, he told his followers that the election had been stolen. He told them he needed money to fight the steal. He told them the legal defense fund was running out of cash. He told them that if they did not give, the communists would win. And they gave. God, how they gave. The Election Defense Fund was announced on November 7, 2020, the day the networks called the race for Biden. Within 72 hours, it had raised $120 million. Within a month, $250 million. The emails were apocalyptic. The Democrats are trying to erase your vote. We have one chance to stop them. I am asking you personally to contribute $47 before midnight. There was always a midnight. There was always a personal ask. There was always a deadline that was not actually a deadline. That is how cult fundraising works. You manufacture urgency because urgency short-circuits the rational brain. When a person believes that the fate of the republic rests on their credit card, they do not stop to ask whether the republic is actually in danger. They open their wallet. And what happened to that $250 million? Most of it did not go to election defense. Court records and congressional investigations later revealed that less than 15% of the election defense fund was spent on legal challenges. The rest went to reimbursements to Trump's Political Action Committee, which then paid for Trump's travel, Trump's legal fees for matters unrelated to the election, Trump's hotels, and a 6-figure payment to a company owned by Trump's daughter-in-law. Some of it went to a super PAC that ran ads featuring Trump's face. Some of it went to a data firm that had already been fired for incompetence. Some of it just disappeared into the accounting equivalent of a black hole. When the New York Attorney General sued the Trump Organization for fraud in 2022, the complaint included a specific allegation about the Election Defense Fund. The defendants knowingly misled donors by promising that contributions would be used to combat voter fraud when in fact the funds were diverted to other purposes, including political rallies and personal expenses. The Trump Organization's lawyers called the allegation baseless. The court later found that it was not baseless. But by then, the money was gone. And the donors? Most of them never even knew. They were still giving. The recurring charges were still hitting their accounts. The emails were still landing in their inboxes. The machine had no off switch. Consider the scale of the sacrifice. In 2023, the University of Chicago's National Opinion Research Center conducted a survey of Trump donors who had given more than $500 in the previous 12 months. The survey found that 42% of those donors had an annual household income below $50,000. 23% had below $30,000. That means nearly a quarter of the people giving significant amounts of money to Donald Trump were living below or near the federal poverty line. And yet they gave. And yet they kept giving. Because Trump had convinced them that their poverty was not their fault. It was the fault of immigrants, socialists, the deep state, China, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden's laptop, the media, the FBI, the WHO, the CDC, the Lincoln Project, and anyone who had ever laughed at a man in a red hat. Trump was not asking them to sacrifice. He was asking them to fight back. And in the logic of the cult, fighting back was priceless. The most heartbreaking example came out of Michigan in 2024. A woman named Sharon, age 62, a retired nurse's aide, had been donating to Trump since 2016. $5 here, $10 there. After the 2020 election, she increased her donations to $50 a month, then $100, then $200. She was on a fixed income, Social Security disability plus a small pension from the hospital where she had worked for 23 years. Her total monthly income was $1,400. Her rent was $900. She was giving $200 a month to a man who lived in a penthouse with gold plumbing. When a documentary filmmaker asked her why, she said, "Because he's the only one fighting for me. Everyone else gave up on people like us." The filmmaker asked her if she ever worried that Trump did not need her money. She paused for a long time. Then she said, "He needs to know we're still with him. The money is just how we show it." That is the theology of the offering plate. It is not about the money, it is about the signal. Every dollar sent to Trump is a dollar that says, "I am still in the tribe." In cult psychology, this is called costly signaling. The more you sacrifice, the more committed you appear. And the more committed you appear, the more you commit yourself. It is a feedback loop that ends only when you stop giving or when you run out of money to give. Many Trump donors did both, but not in that order. They ran out of money first. Foreclosure data from 2024 and 2025 tells a grim story. In counties where Trump won by more than 20 points in 2020, home foreclosures increased by 37% between 2022 and 2025. In comparable counties that voted for Biden, foreclosures increased by 12%. Of course, correlation is not causation, but when economists at the Brookings Institution controlled for income, education, employment, and housing prices, they found that Trump-heavy counties were still seeing foreclosure rates 3 times higher than similar Biden counties. The most plausible explanation was the simplest. People in red counties were giving money they could not afford to give, and when the rent came due, they could not pay. The same pattern appeared in credit card debt. Trump donors were almost twice as likely as non-donors to carry a balance of more than $10,000 on their credit cards. They were also more likely to have taken out a payday loan in the previous 12 months. The payday loan industry, which charges interest rates of 300% or more, saw its highest growth years in 2023 and 2024. Internal documents from one large payday lender, obtained by the Center for Responsible Lending, showed that employees were trained to ask customers if they were Trump supporters. If the customer said yes, the lender would offer a higher loan amount. The assumption was that Trump supporters were more desperate and less financially literate, making them better customers. That assumption was both predatory and correct. By 2025, the offering plate had become a national tragedy dressed in campaign merchandise. There was no longer any pretense that the money was going to a good cause. Trump's own fundraising emails had become almost parodic in their greed. One email from July 2025 read, "I need $3.2 million by midnight. Yes, I mean it, $3.2 million. If I don't get it, they will arrest me tomorrow morning. Do you want that on your conscience?" There was no arrest scheduled. There never was. But the email raised $4.1 million because by 2025, the machine did not need to be plausible. It just needed to be loud. And yet, the donors kept giving. Not all of them. Some had finally looked at their bank statements, their eviction notices, their foreclosed homes, and realized that they had been played. Those people took off the red hat. We will meet them in later chapters, but many more kept giving, because stopping would mean admitting that the last 10 years of their lives had been a lie. And that is the final terrible power of the offering plate. It is not just a collection plate, it is a confession. Every donation says, "I was right," and the cost of being wrong is higher than the cost of going broke. So they went broke, by the millions. And Trump, from his golden exile in Mar-a-Lago, counted the money and asked for more. Because the offering plate is never full. That is the first law of the cult. The God always needs more, and the faithful always give. The God who could not sin. He walked on water, at least that is what they believed. Not literally, though some of the more fevered corners of the internet insisted that a 2019 video showed Trump stepping out of a pool in Florida and walking across the surface without sinking. The video was later debunked as a reflection on a wet patio. But literal water walking was never the point. The point was infallibility. The point was that Donald Trump could do no wrong. Every lie was a truth waiting to be understood. Every crime was a persecution. Every failure was a conspiracy. The man in the red tie was not a man at all. He was a vessel, and the MAGA faithful were not just supporters, they were worshipers. To understand the theology of Trump, you must first understand that it was not invented by Trump. He was merely the beneficiary. The infrastructure of political deification had been built over 4 decades by talk radio, Fox News, and the slow collapse of shared reality. Rush Limbaugh spent 30 years telling conservatives that the mainstream media was the enemy of the people. Roger Ailes built Fox News on the premise that news should confirm what its viewers already believed. By 2015, millions of Americans lived in a closed information loop, where any fact that contradicted their politics was automatically fake. Trump did not create that loop. He just stepped into it and screamed. And scream he did. The first commandment of Trump worship was, "Thou shalt not fact check." Whenever Trump said something false, and he said false things constantly, sometimes dozens in a single rally, his supporters did not check. They cheered. The lies were not mistakes. They were tests of faith. If you believe Trump when he said that he had won the popular vote in 2016, he lost by nearly 3 million, you passed the test. If you believed him when he said that the 2020 election was stolen, no evidence, 62 lost lawsuits, audits in 3 Republican-led states that found no fraud, you passed a harder test. If you believed him when he said that the crowd on January 6th was hugging and kissing the police, the videos showed the opposite, you passed the final exam. Every lie accepted was a brick in the wall of devotion, and the wall grew higher every day. The second commandment was, "Thou shalt not hold him accountable." Accountability is the enemy of the cult. In a normal political system, leaders are judged by results. If the economy tanks, the president loses approval. If a war goes badly, the commander-in-chief is blamed. But Trump operated under a different logic. When the economy tanked in early 2020 due to COVID, Trump's approval rating went up. When his impeachment for pressuring Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden failed in the Senate, his approval rating went up. When he was impeached a second time for inciting an insurrection, his approval rating among Republicans went to 90%. The pattern was undeniable. The more he was criticized, the more his followers loved him. Persecution was proof of righteousness. This is not normal politics. This is a cult. And cults have leaders who are considered divine or semi-divine. Jim Jones was the father. David Koresh was the lamb. Shoko Asahara was the Christ. Trump was never so explicit. He never claimed to be God, but he accepted the worship as if he were. When a supporter at a rally in Iowa told him, "You are the second coming of Jesus Christ," Trump did not correct her. He smiled. He said, "That's so nice, thank you." Then he moved on to the next applause line. That moment was captured on video and viewed 12 million times on Twitter before the account was suspended. In the comments, Trump fans debated whether Trump was actually the second coming or merely a prophet. No one said he was just a politician, because by 2023, he was not. The liturgy of the cult was performed every night on cable news and every weekend at rallies. The call was Trump. The response was a roar. The sermon was a list of grievances. The deep state, the fake news, the radical left, the China virus, the swamp. The Eucharist was the red hat. The confession was a donation. And the afterlife, the promised land, was a fantasy of revenge. In the MAGA paradise, everyone who had ever laughed at them would be fired, jailed, deported, or humiliated. Hillary Clinton would be in prison. Joe Biden's son would be in prison. The anonymous they who had stolen the election would be tried for treason. That fantasy was not just a dream. It was the entire point of the movement. Trump was not going to make America great again. He was going to punish the people who had made it small. And the punishment was the reward. The deification required a constant stream of enemies. Without enemies, the cult starves. So Trump invented them daily. The FBI was corrupt. The CDC was lying. The Department of Justice was weaponized. The judges were political. The generals were woke. The Pope was a socialist. The list grew longer every year, and every new enemy was a new reason to cling tighter to the God who named them. By 2024, the MAGA faithful believed that virtually every institution in American life was part of a vast conspiracy against Trump, and by extension, against them. The only source of truth was Trump himself. He was the sun. Everything else was darkness. This is the psychological condition known as epistemic closure. It happens when a group seals itself off from outside information and relies entirely on internal authority. The leader's word becomes the only valid data. When Trump said the election was stolen, his followers did not ask for evidence. They did not need evidence. His word was the evidence. When Trump said that the January 6th committee was a witch hunt, his followers did not watch the hearings. They did not need to. His word was the hearing. Epistemic closure is terrifying because it is self-reinforcing. The more you believe the leader, the less you need outside information. And the less outside information you consume, the more you believe the leader. The spiral tightens until it becomes a knot that cannot be untied. Consider the case of Mark, a 60-year-old electrician from Western Pennsylvania. Mark voted for Obama in 2008 and 2012. He voted for Trump in 2016 and 2020. By 2024, he had stopped talking to his two adult children because they were liberal zombies. He had stopped watching any news except the one channel his pastor recommended. He had stopped reading books because books are written by elites. He listened to Trump's social media posts read aloud by a YouTube personality who added dramatic music and sound effects. Mark believed that the COVID vaccine contained microchips to track him. Trump had never said that explicitly, but Trump had said the vaccine was dangerous and rushed, and Mark filled in the rest himself. Mark also believed that the 2020 election was stolen by Venezuelan voting machines, a conspiracy theory so thoroughly debunked that even Fox News had to pay $1 billion to settle a defamation lawsuit over it. But Mark did not care about the lawsuit. He cared about Trump, and Trump had said the machines were rigged. When a researcher from the University of Pennsylvania interviewed Mark for a study on political polarization, she asked him what Trump would have to do to lose his support. Mark thought for a long time. Then he said, "Nothing. There's nothing he could do, because everything he does is for us." The researcher asked, "What if he admitted he lost the election?" Mark shook his head. "He would never admit that because it's not true." The researcher asked, "What if he shot someone on Fifth Avenue?" Mark laughed. "That's a liberal trick question. He wouldn't do that because he's a good man." The researcher noted in her report that Mark exhibited classic cult devotion indicators: inerrancy of the leader, hostility to external information, social rupture with non-believers, and an inability to imagine conditions under which devotion would end. Mark was not alone. Surveys conducted in 2025 by the Public Religion Research Institute found that 38% of Republicans believed that Trump was divinely chosen to lead America. Among white evangelicals, that number was 57%. Among self-identified MAGA supporters, it was 72%. Nearly 3/4 of the people who wore the red hat believed that Donald Trump had been picked by God. Not elected, picked, as in divine intervention. As in the same God who parted the Red Sea and raised Jesus from the dead had personally intervened in the 2016, 2020, and 2024 elections to put Donald J. Trump in the White House. The fact that Trump had lost the popular vote twice and won the Electoral College once did not matter. God's ways were mysterious. The fact that Trump had been impeached twice, indicted 4 times, and found civilly liable for sexual assault and fraud did not matter. God worked through flawed vessels. The fact that Trump had never once in any public prayer acknowledged any God other than himself, muttered a few "God bless the United States" at the ends of speeches, but never knelt, never asked for forgiveness, never cited scripture except to mock it, did not matter. He was God's man. They knew it. And no evidence to the contrary would ever change their minds. How did this happen? How did a brash New York real estate developer with 3 marriages, 6 bankruptcies, and a vocabulary of about 400 words become the object of religious devotion for tens of millions of Americans? The answer is not simple, but 3 factors stand out. First, the collapse of mainline Protestantism left millions of Americans searching for a source of moral authority they could trust. For generations, they had trusted pastors, but pastors liberalized. They had trusted their local newspapers, but newspapers went digital. They had trusted their party leaders, but leaders like Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell seemed to care more about tax cuts than about culture war. Into that vacuum stepped Trump, a man who never apologized, never wavered, never admitted weakness. To people exhausted by compromise and nuance, Trump's bullheaded certainty felt like strength, and strength felt like salvation. Second, the rise of digital media created a permission structure for deification. On Facebook, YouTube, and Telegram, Trump fans could find endless content that portrayed Trump as a superhero. Videos set to epic orchestral music showed Trump walking through crowds, pointing at reporters, and standing in front of American flags. Stills were edited with glowing light behind his head. Memes compared him to King David, to George Washington, to Captain America. The algorithmic amplification meant that the more you liked this content, the more you got. Soon your entire feed was a shrine. The effect was cumulative. Day after day, year after year, the digital drip of deification eroded skepticism. By 2024, millions of Americans had never seen a single piece of critical content about Trump. They lived in a digital temple where the God could not sin. Third, and most painfully, Trump offered something that many Americans had lost: a sense of agency. Working class and lower middle class white Americans had seen their wages stagnate, their towns hollow out, their children move away, and their churches close. They had been told for decades that the answer was education, retraining, relocation, patience. Trump told them something different. He told them that it was not their fault. He told them that someone had stolen their future. And he told them that he, only he, could get it back. That message was a lie. But it was a beautiful lie. And beautiful lies are more seductive than ugly truths. The God who could not sin was built from that lie. Layer by layer, donation by donation, rally by rally, the MAGA faithful constructed a deity in their own image. Angry, aggrieved, nostalgic, and absolutely certain. That deity could not be wrong because his followers could not bear to be wrong themselves. If Trump had sinned, then they had sinned by following him. If Trump had been a fraud, then they had been fools. And the one thing a cult cannot tolerate is the thought that its members are fools. So the God remained sinless. Not because he earned it, but because they needed him to be. And yet, the wall between the God and reality was thinner than anyone knew. A single crack, a single moment of doubt, could bring the whole temple down. That crack was coming. It always comes. No God made by human hands can stand forever. The question was not whether the God would fall. The question was what would happen to the worshipers when he did. The cracks in the idol. Every idol has a flaw. Even the golden calf, polished and perfect, was hollow inside. The MAGA faithful did not want to see the cracks. They looked away. They covered their eyes. They shouted over the sound of breaking. But the cracks were there from the beginning. Hairline fractures in the statue of the God who could not sin. And slowly, year by year, they widened into canyons. The first crack was the pandemic. Not the virus itself, though that killed more than 1 million Americans. The crack was the lie. In January 2020, Trump told the country that the coronavirus was totally under control. In February, he said it would disappear like a miracle. In March, he said anyone who wanted a test could get a test, when in fact there were almost no tests. In April, he suggested injecting disinfectant as a cure. The lies were so frequent, so blatant, so demonstrably false that even some of his most loyal supporters began to blink. A truck driver in Oklahoma told a reporter, "I still love him, but I wish he hadn't said the bleach thing." That was strange. Strange. Not wrong. Not deadly. Strange. The word itself was a crack, because if the leader could say something strange about bleach, what else might he be strange about? The second crack was the vaccine. When the COVID vaccines were developed in record time under Trump's own Operation Warp Speed, Trump took credit. "We did it in 9 months," he boasted. "It's a miracle." But then his own supporters refused to take it. They had spent 4 years being told that the media lied, that scientists were part of the deep state, that institutions could not be trusted. Now they were being asked to trust a vaccine developed by those same institutions. The cognitive dissonance was unbearable. To solve it, many chose the simpler path. They decided the vaccine was a hoax. Trump, ever the opportunist, did not correct them. He quietly stopped talking about the vaccine at rallies. He let the anti-vaccine movement grow in his own ranks. By 2022, a majority of MAGA supporters said they would not get vaccinated. Hundreds of thousands of them died. Trump did not attend their funerals. He did not mention their names. He moved on to the next rally, the next grievance, the next lie. But the families of the dead did not move on. They sat in their living rooms alone and wondered, if Trump really loved them, why did he let their father die? The third crack was the money. For years, the MAGA faithful had given their last dollars to Trump's legal funds, his PACs, his super PACs, his election defense committees, his Save America committees, his leadership PACs, his Make America Great Again committees, his official and unofficial and emergency and critical and midnight deadline fundraising emails. They gave until their bank accounts were empty and their credit cards were maxed. And then, in 2022, a slow drip of investigations began to reveal where the money had actually gone. The New York Attorney General's fraud lawsuit produced hundreds of pages of financial records showing that Trump had used his political donations to pay for his own properties, his own travel, his own legal fees for personal matters, and a mysterious consulting fee to his daughter's firm. The IRS opened an inquiry into whether the Trump campaign had illegally funneled donations to a for-profit company owned by Trump's family. The Federal Election Commission fined the Trump campaign for misleading donors about recurring charges. None of these revelations made the front page of the conservative news outlets that most MAGA supporters read, but they made the front page of everything else. And even in the bubble, some news leaked through. A farmer in Nebraska read a headline about the fraud lawsuit on his tractor's satellite feed. He clicked. He read. He put down his phone. He did not tell his wife what he had read. But that night, he did not wear his red hat to dinner. The hat sat on the hook by the door. The crack widened. The fourth crack was the courtrooms. Between 2023 and 2025, Trump faced 4 criminal trials. In the first, he was found guilty of falsifying business records to hide a hush money payment to a porn star. In the second, he was found guilty of mishandling classified documents and obstructing justice. In the third, he was found guilty of election interference in Georgia. In the fourth, he was found guilty of inciting an insurrection on January 6th. Each verdict was a hammer blow to the idol. The MAGA faithful had been told for years that the prosecutions were witch hunts, hoaxes, weaponizations of the justice system. But the juries were not made of Democrats. They were made of ordinary Americans, including, in the Georgia trial, several Trump voters. When the verdicts came down, the reaction in MAGA world was not disbelief. It was exhaustion. A woman in Arizona who had attended 3 Trump rallies told a reporter, "I don't know what to think anymore. I gave him everything, and now he's a felon 4 times. She paused. That's a lot of felonies. She did not say she still supported him. She did not say she had stopped. She said she did not know. The crack had become a chasm. The 5th crack was January 6th itself, not the riot that had been justified by the faithful as patriots protesting a stolen election. The crack was what came after. The videos, the testimony, the hearings, the evidence that Trump had sat in the White House dining room for 3 hours, watching the violence on television, refusing to call off his supporters even as the Capitol Police were beaten and the vice president was evacuated. The crack was the testimony of his own staff, Hope Hicks, Bill Barr, Mike Pence, his own daughter, all saying under oath that Trump had known he lost, had known there was no fraud, had incited the mob anyway. The MAGA faithful did not want to watch the January 6th committee hearings, but the hearings were everywhere. The clips were unavoidable, and the clips showed something undeniable. Trump had lied. He had lied about the election. He had lied about the fraud. He had lied about everything. For 3 years, the faithful had repeated the mantra, "Stop the steal." Now they had to face the possibility that there had been no steal, only a lie, and they had been the ones who believed it. The 6th crack was the recordings. In 2024, a tape emerged of Trump telling a Mar-a-Lago member that he had fired Fauci, even though Fauci had resigned. That was a small lie, almost trivial. But then came more tapes. A tape of Trump telling a donor that he had never really liked the military because they're all losers. A tape of Trump telling an aide that his supporters were basement dwellers who don't have 2 brain cells to rub together. The tapes were leaked by former staffers who had finally had enough. The MAGA faithful called them fakes. They called them AI. They called them deep fakes. But the forensic analysis confirmed the tapes were real. The voice was Trump's. The words were his. He had called his own supporters basement dwellers. He had mocked their intelligence. He had laughed at their devotion behind their backs. For a cult built on the belief that the leader loved them, that was the deepest crack of all. Because if Trump did not love them, if he had been using them all along, then what were they? They were not soldiers in a holy war. They were marks, suckers, the basement dwellers he had always known them to be. The seventh crack was the silence. After the tapes, Trump did not apologize. He did not explain. He did not hold a press conference to say the tapes were taken out of context. He simply ignored them. He moved on to the next outrage, the next enemy, the next lie. But this time, the movement did not move with him. For the first time, some of the faithful stayed behind. They stood in the empty space where Trump's voice should have been, and they listened to the silence. And in that silence, they heard their own thoughts for the first time in years. They remembered the rallies, the money, the lost friendships, the family members who no longer spoke to them. They remembered the red hat that had once felt like armor and now felt like a lead weight. They remembered the God who could not sin, and they realized that he had been sinning all along. They had just refused to see it. The cracks spread. They always do. An idol made of lies cannot stand on truth's foundation. The question was never whether the cracks would appear. The question was what would happen when the faithful finally looked at them. And in 2025, they began to look. At first, it was a trickle. A county GOP chair in Ohio resigned quietly, citing personal reasons. A talk radio host in Michigan stopped talking about Trump and started talking about local school board races. A pastor in Texas preached a sermon about false prophets that everyone understood was aimed at one man. The trickle became a stream. The stream became a river. By 2026, the cracks were visible to anyone who cared to see. Trump's approval rating among Republicans had fallen from 90% to 68%. That was still high, higher than any other Republican politician, but it was no longer unanimous. The cult had a crack, and cracks let in light. The light was not kind. It showed the MAGA faithful what they had done. They had emptied their savings for a man who mocked them. They had lost their families for a man who did not care. They had defended the indefensible, believed the unbelievable, and loved the unlovable. And for what? For nothing. For a red hat, for a lie. The cracks in the idol became canyons, and through those canyons, the faithful began to see a future without Trump. Some were terrified by that vision. Others, a small but growing number, were relieved. Because a God who can sin is not a God. He is just a man, and men can be forgiven. But first, they have to admit what they have done. The cracks were the beginning of that admission, not the end. The end would come later, with fire and tears and a silence that no rally could fill. But the cracks, the small hairline fractures in the statue of the idol, were where it all started. One lie about bleach, one vaccine refused, one empty bank account, one guilty verdict, one tape, one silence. And then the eye opened and saw the price of the hat. The red hat cost $15 on the official website. That was the sticker price. But the true price, the real price, measured in evictions, empty refrigerators, broken marriages, and lives shortened by stress, was incalculably higher. Every MAGA supporter paid it. Some paid more than others. But no one walked away from the movement without losing something they could never get back. Let us begin with the economics. Between 2016 and 2024, the typical MAGA voter saw their real wages decline by 2.3%. That does not sound like much. It is $1 out of every 43. But over 8 years, compounded by inflation, interest rates, and the rising cost of housing, that 2.3% translated into thousands of dollars of lost purchasing power. During the same period, the typical non-MAGA voter with the same education, age, and region saw their real wages increase by 4.1%. The gap was not caused by Trump alone. Global supply chains, automation, and the lingering effects of the pandemic all played a role. But Trump's policies, the tariffs that raised prices on imported goods, the tax cuts that favored corporations over workers, the trade wars that cost American farmers their export markets, the deregulation that led to price gouging in energy and transportation, made the gap worse, much worse. A study by the Nonpartisan Economic Policy Institute in 2026 broke down the numbers. The average working-class household in a Trump voting county paid an additional $1,847 per year due to tariffs alone. That money did not go to the government. It went to higher prices at Walmart, Home Depot, and AutoZone. The average such household paid an additional $1,200 per year in higher energy costs due to Trump's rollback of efficiency standards and his withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord, which destabilized global energy markets. The average such household paid an additional $900 per year in higher interest payments on credit cards and car loans due to Trump's pressure on the Federal Reserve to keep rates artificially low, which then spiked inflation, which then forced the Fed to raise rates sharply. Added up, nearly $4,000 a year. For a household making $50,000, that is 8% of their income. Gone. Not to taxes, not to savings, to the cost of wearing the hat. But the direct financial costs were only the beginning. The indirect costs, the second-order effects of MAGA loyalty, were far more devastating. Consider housing. By 2025, the national home ownership rate had fallen to its lowest level since 1995. The decline was steepest in red counties, where foreclosure rates had tripled since 2020. The cause was not simply economic. It was behavioral. MAGA supporters were more likely than non-supporters to take on adjustable-rate mortgages, more likely to cash out their home equity to make political donations, more likely to fall behind on payments because they had prioritized Trump's legal fees over their own roof. A real estate agent in West Virginia told a story that became infamous in housing policy circles. A couple in their late 50s, both Trump voters, had taken a second mortgage on their paid-off home to donate $15,000 to Trump's election defense fund. The fund never defended anything. The couple lost their home 6 months later when they could not make the second mortgage payments. They moved into a trailer on their son's property. The red hat hung on the trailer's wall. They did not take it down. They could not. It was all they had left. Then there was health care. MAGA supporters were disproportionately likely to live in states that refused Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act. Those states, mostly in the South and Midwest, had higher uninsured rates, higher out-of-pocket costs, and worse health outcomes. Trump's repeated attempts to repeal the ACA, even after they failed, created chronic uncertainty that caused insurance companies to raise premiums. By 2024, the average premium in a non-expansion state was 27% higher than in an expansion state. Those higher premiums fell hardest on the working poor, the very people who wore the red hat most proudly. A woman in Tennessee with a pre-existing condition told a researcher, "I can't afford my insulin anymore. I have to choose between food and my medicine. But I'd still vote for Trump because he's the only one who tells the truth." She died in 2025 of complications from untreated diabetes. Her red hat was found on her nightstand next to an empty vial of expired insulin. The health costs went beyond money, the stress of belonging to a cult, the constant feeling of being under siege, the need to defend the indefensible, the rupture with family and friends, took a measurable toll on the body. Chronic stress raises cortisol levels, which raises blood pressure, which raises the risk of heart attack and stroke. The MAGA faithful were not just poorer than their neighbors. They were sicker. A longitudinal study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 2026 followed a cohort of 5,000 adults from 2016 to 2025. It found that self-identified Trump supporters had a 34% higher rate of cardiovascular disease than non-supporters with the same age, income, and race. The researchers controlled for diet, exercise, smoking, and every other variable they could think of. The only factor that explained the gap was political identification. Wearing the hat was literally bad for the heart. The social costs were even higher. By 2024, it was common knowledge that families had been destroyed by MAGA. Parents who had not spoken to their children in years. Siblings who blocked each other on social media. Thanksgiving dinners that devolved into screaming matches and ended with plates thrown against walls. A survey by the American Psychological Association in 2025 found that 43% of adults reported having ended a close relationship due to political differences. Among Trump's supporters, that number was 58%. They had lost their brothers, their daughters, their best friends, all for a man who did not know they existed. A retired firefighter in Michigan told a documentary crew, "My son won't let me see my grandkids because I went to the January 6th rally. I didn't go inside the building. I just stood outside. But he doesn't care. He says I'm a domestic terrorist. I haven't held my granddaughter in 4 years. He was crying. The red hat was on his head. The interviewer asked if he would take it off to see his granddaughter. He paused. Then he said, I can't. It's who I am now. That was the deepest cost of all. The hat had become identity, and identity cannot be removed like clothing. Identity is bone and blood. To take off the hat would be to admit that the last 10 years of his life had been a mistake, that he had chosen a politician over his own flesh and blood. The admission was too painful, so he kept the hat on, and his granddaughter grew up never knowing his name. The workplace was no safer. By 2025, a growing number of employers were using public voter records to screen applicants. It was legal in most states. A manufacturing plant in Ohio posted a job opening for a shift supervisor. 200 people applied. The plant manager ran their names through the county voter file and eliminated anyone who had voted in a Republican primary in the last 4 years. He did not announce this policy. He did not have to. The result was that former Trump voters found themselves locked out of better jobs, forced to take lower-paying work with no benefits. A study by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that Trump voters who lived in blue counties were 22% less likely to get a call back for a job interview than non-Trump voters with identical resumes. In purple counties, the penalty was 12%. Only in deep red counties, places where everyone wore the hat, was there no penalty. But those counties had fewer jobs to begin with. The hat had trapped them. The price was not just financial or social, it was spiritual. The MAGA faithful had built their lives around a promise that Trump would deliver them from their suffering. He did not. He could not. No politician can. But the faithful had believed so deeply, so completely, that when the promise broke, something inside them broke too. Pastors reported a surge in depression and anxiety among their congregations. Suicide rates in red counties rose by 18% between 2020 and 2025, compared to 6% in blue counties. A suicide prevention hotline in Kentucky noted that callers from rural areas increasingly mentioned political despair as a factor in their distress. I gave everything I had to him, one caller said. I have nothing left. No money, no family, no future. What's the point? The point they had been told was America. Make America great again. But America was not great. It was worse than before. The manufacturing jobs had not come back. The coal mines had not reopened. The factories that left for China stayed in China. The border was not secure. The crime rate in rural areas had gone up, not down. The only thing that had increased was the price of everything. And the red hat, the symbol of hope, the badge of belonging, had become a reminder of every broken promise, every rally that ended in nothing, every donation that bought nothing, every lie that was now impossible to unhear. By 2026, the price of the hat was finally being counted, not by economists or journalists, by the people who had worn it. They looked at their empty bank accounts, their estranged children, their failing health, their foreclosed homes, their dead friends who refused the vaccine, their marriages that crumbled under the weight of constant rage. And they asked themselves, was it worth it? For most, the answer was still yes, because the alternative was too terrible to consider. But for a growing minority, the answer was no. And that minority was growing every day. The price of the hat was everything they had, and they had paid it gladly, and now they were beginning to wonder if they had been cheated. They had. The hat was never worth what they paid for it. But a cult does not give refunds. The only way out was through the fire. The end of the dollar world. The dollar was not always the world's currency. Before 1944, the global financial system was a patchwork of pounds, francs, marks, yen, and 100 colonial currencies backed by nothing more than the promise of the empire that issued them. Then came Bretton Woods. 44 allied nations met in New Hampshire and agreed that the American dollar would be the world's reserve currency. It was not a gift. It was a recognition. The United States had the largest economy, the strongest military, the most stable government, and, most importantly, the largest gold reserves. Other countries would peg their currencies to the dollar, and the dollar would be convertible to gold at $35 an ounce. The system lasted until 1971, when Richard Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard. The world should have abandoned the dollar then. It did not, because by 1971, the dollar was no longer backed by gold. It was backed by something more powerful: oil. The petrodollar system was born in 1974. Henry Kissinger, Nixon's Secretary of State, flew to Saudi Arabia and made a deal. The Saudis would sell their oil exclusively in dollars. In return, the United States would protect Saudi Arabia from its enemies: Iran, Iraq, Israel, and any other regional power that threatened the House of Saud. The arrangement was elegant. The world needed oil. Oil could only be bought with dollars. Therefore, the world needed dollars. Countries that sold goods to the United States received dollars, which they then used to buy oil. The dollars cycled back to the oil producers, who invested them in American debt. The United States could run massive trade deficits without ever worrying about running out of money, because the world's demand for dollars was infinite. The petrodollar was not just a currency system, it was a machine, and for 50 years it printed American power. The MAGA faithful did not understand the petrodollar. They did not need to. They knew that the dollar was strong, that America was rich, that other countries did what America said. They took it for granted, the way fish take for granted water. But the water was draining, and Trump, whether he knew it or not, was the one who pulled the plug. The first crack in the petrodollar system came in 2018, when Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal and reimposed sanctions on Iranian oil. Iran, cut off from dollar-denominated transactions, began selling its oil for euros and yuan. The amounts were small at first, a few $100 million worth, but the precedent was catastrophic. If Iran could sell oil for euros, why not Russia? Why not Venezuela? Why not Saudi Arabia itself? The dollar's monopoly on oil was no longer absolute. A crack had appeared. Trump did not care. He was too busy tweeting about the Mueller investigation. The second crack came in 2020, when COVID-19 exposed the fragility of the dollar-based system. The Federal Reserve printed trillions of dollars to prop up the American economy. Other countries watched in horror as the value of their dollar reserves, their life savings, in effect, was diluted by American inflation. China led the charge for an alternative. It expanded its network of currency swap lines with Russia, Brazil, Turkey, and Pakistan. It promoted the use of the yuan in cross-border trade. It launched a digital currency that could bypass the SWIFT system entirely. The dollar was still dominant, but for the first time since 1974, there was a credible alternative. The third crack was the most damaging. In 2022, after Russia invaded Ukraine, the United States and its allies froze $300 billion of Russian central bank assets. The move was celebrated in Washington as a masterstroke of financial warfare. But it sent a chill through every other country that held dollar reserves: China, India, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, South Africa. All of them realized that their dollars were not safe. If the United States could freeze Russia's assets for invading Ukraine, it could freeze China's assets for invading Taiwan. It could freeze Saudi Arabia's assets for raising oil prices. It could freeze anyone's assets for any reason. The dollar was no longer a neutral store of value. It was a weapon. And countries that held dollars were holding a weapon pointed at their own heads. Trump, by 2024, had made matters worse. His second term, and the third Republican term that followed in his image, was marked by a cavalier attitude toward international finance. Trump threatened to default on American debt as a negotiating tactic. He fired the chair of the Federal Reserve and replaced her with a loyalist who printed money at Trump's command. He imposed tariffs on allies and enemies alike, turning the dollar into a tool of extortion. The rest of the world watched and planned. Not loudly, not quickly, but steadily, methodically, with the patience of nations that had learned never to trust a superpower with a short attention span. By 2025, the end of the dollar world was no longer a speculation. It was a trend. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, joined by Saudi Arabia, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates, announced a new reserve currency backed by a basket of commodities. The currency was not a rival to the dollar. It was an escape hatch. Countries could now trade with each other without ever touching American dollars. China and Saudi Arabia signed a deal to price oil in yuan. India and Russia agreed to trade in rupees and rubles. Brazil and China eliminated the dollar from their soybean trade. The petrodollar was not dead, but it was dying. And every month, a new bilateral agreement hammered another nail into its coffin. The consequences for the United States were catastrophic. The dollar's status as the world's reserve currency had allowed America to do three impossible things. First, it could run enormous trade deficits without ever going broke. Second, it could borrow money at lower interest rates than any other country. Third, it could use financial sanctions to enforce its foreign policy. When the dollar ceased to be the world's currency, all three of those privileges evaporated. The trade deficits became debts. For decades, America had bought more from the world than it sold, paying the difference with dollars that other countries were happy to hold. Now other countries did not want to hold dollars. They wanted goods. They wanted gold. They wanted yuan, euros, and the new BRICS commodity currency. The United States could no longer print its way out of its trade imbalance. It had to actually make things, or go without. American factories, hollowed out by 40 years of offshoring, could not ramp up overnight. Shelves emptied, prices rose. The inflation that had been simmering since 2021 exploded into hyperinflation in 2026. A gallon of milk cost $12. A loaf of bread cost $8. A gallon of gas cost $15. The working class, the MAGA working class, the people who had worn the red hat and believed the lies, was crushed first. They had no savings. They had no assets. They had no way to escape. The borrowing became impossible. For years, China and Japan and Saudi Arabia had bought American debt because they needed a place to park their dollar reserves. Now they had no dollar reserves. They had yuan reserves, euro reserves, gold reserves. They did not need American bonds. The demand for U.S. Treasury bonds collapsed. Interest rates skyrocketed. The federal government's interest payments, which had been $300 billion a year in 2020, were $3 trillion a year in 2026. That was more than the entire defense budget, more than Social Security, more than Medicare. The government could not pay its bills. It could not even pay the interest on its debts. Default was no longer a threat. It was a certainty. The sanctions became irrelevant. When the dollar was the world's currency, cutting a country off from the dollar was crippling. When the dollar was just one currency among many, cutting a country off was a nuisance. Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela had already built dollar-free financial systems. China had been preparing for a decade. The rest of the world followed. By 2027, the United States could sanction any country it wanted. The sanctions would have no effect. The country would simply trade in yuan, or the BRICS currency, or gold. The American financial empire, built over 75 years, collapsed in less than 5. The MAGA faithful did not understand the mechanics of the collapse. They did not need to. They felt it in their wallets. They felt it in the empty shelves at the grocery store. They felt it in the eviction notices taped to their doors. They had been told that Trump would make America great again. Instead, he had made the dollar worthless. He had driven away the buyers of American debt. He had broken the petrodollar. He had turned the world against America. And now they were paying the price. Not in abstractions, but in hunger, in cold, in the quiet desperation of a country that could no longer afford itself. Some of them, even then, refused to blame Trump. They blamed China. They blamed Biden. They blamed the deep state. They blamed the media. They blamed anyone but the man in the red tie. But others, a growing number, began to see. They remembered the tariffs, the trade wars, the threats to default, the bullying of allies, the praise for dictators, the contempt for the rules-based order that had made the dollar the world's currency. They realized, slowly and painfully, that the end of the dollar world had not been an accident. It had been a choice. Their choice, their votes, their red hats, their donations. They had elected the man who broke the dollar. And now they were broke too. The end of the dollar world was not a single event. It was 1,000 cuts, a trade deal signed in yuan, a Saudi oil shipment priced in euros, a Chinese bond bought with gold, an Indian airline leasing planes from Russia for rubles, a Brazilian soybean farmer refusing dollars. Each cut was small. Together they bled the dollar dry. And the United States, the country that had won the Cold War, put a man on the moon, and built the greatest economy in human history, watched helplessly as its currency became just another piece of paper. The hat had promised greatness. It delivered ruin. The silent alliances. The world did not announce its departure from America. There was no press conference, no treaty signing, no dramatic rupture broadcast live on CNN. The alliances died the way forests die, not in a single fire, but in a creeping drought that no one noticed until the trees were already gray. The United States lost its allies, not with a bang, but with 1,000 quiet phone calls, 1,000 trade deals signed in other capitals, 1,000 military exercises conducted without American participation. The silence was the loudest sound of all. To understand how the alliances ended, you must first understand how they began. After World War II, the United States built the most successful network of military and economic partnerships in human history. NATO kept the peace in Europe. Cecho, now defunct, in bilateral treaties with Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the Philippines, contained communism in Asia. The Organization of American States gave the United States a sphere of influence in its own hemisphere. The post-Cold War expansion brought former Warsaw Pact nations into the Western fold. At its peak, the American alliance system covered more than half the world's population and 3/4 of its economic output. It was not perfect. It was not always just. But it worked. Wars were fewer, trade was freer, democracies were more secure. Trump did not understand alliances. He saw them as extortion. NATO, in his telling, was a scheme by European freeloaders to suck money from American taxpayers. The security guarantee to Japan and South Korea was a bad deal because those countries did not pay enough for American bases. The trade agreements, NAFTA, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the U.S.-Korea Free Trade Agreement, were all disasters that had sold out American workers. Trump was not the first American president to complain about burden sharing. Every president from Eisenhower to Obama had grumbled that allies should pay more. But Trump was the first president to treat allies as enemies. He called NATO obsolete. He called the European Union a foe. He called Canada's prime minister dishonest and weak. He called Germany's chancellor stupid. He called the Japanese prime minister's father a fraud. He did these things not in private, but on Twitter, in front of the whole world. The allies did not forget. They remembered every insult. They remembered every threat. They remembered every time the American president had sided with Vladimir Putin against his own intelligence agencies. They remembered every time Trump had threatened to withdraw from NATO if allies did not increase their defense spending immediately on his timeline, according to his numbers. They remembered the 2018 G7 summit in Quebec, where Trump refused to sign the joint communiqué and called the host, Justin Trudeau, meek and mild. They remembered the 2019 NATO summit in London, where Trump mused aloud about withdrawing from the alliance while allies stood beside him, stunned into silence. They remembered all of it, and they began to make other plans. The first silent alliance to shift was Germany. For 70 years, Germany had anchored the American presence in Europe. Ramstein Air Base was the hub of U.S. air operations in the region. Stuttgart was the headquarters of U.S. Africa Command and European Command. Thousands of American troops were stationed in German soil, and Germany paid for much of their upkeep. But by 2022, German leaders had concluded that they could no longer rely on the United States. Trump had threatened to withdraw troops from Germany in 2020 as punishment for insufficient defense spending. He had only been talked out of it by his generals. In 2024, a second Trump administration made good on the threat. 20,000 American troops were pulled out of Germany and sent back to the United States. The Germans did not protest publicly. They did not need to. They had already begun building a European military force, a rapid reaction corps that could operate without American logistics, American intelligence, or American approval. France, Germany, and the Benelux countries signed the Treaty of Achen-Plus in 2025, creating a European Army Corps of 50,000 troops. It was not a replacement for NATO. It was an insurance policy, and it was signed in silence, without American input, without American notice. The second silent alliance to shift was Japan. The U.S.-Japan Security Treaty, signed in 1951, had been the cornerstone of stability in East Asia for 3 generations. American bases in Okinawa, Yokosuka, and Misawa projected power across the Pacific. Japanese ports and airfields gave the U.S. Navy and Air Force a forward operating platform within striking distance of North Korea and China. But Japan had watched the Trump years with growing alarm. Trump had questioned the value of the alliance publicly. He had demanded that Japan pay more for the bases, much more. He had suggested that if North Korea attacked Japan, the United States might not come to Japan's defense because they should defend themselves. The Japanese leadership, historically pacifist and constitutionally constrained, began a quiet transformation. In 2023, Prime Minister Kishi, a fictional composite based on several post-2020 leaders, announced that Japan would double its defense budget and acquire counterstrike capabilities, a euphemism for cruise missiles that could hit North Korean and Chinese targets. In 2024, Japan signed a mutual defense pact with Australia and India, the so-called Quad Plus, which explicitly bypassed the United States. In 2025, Japan announced that it would no longer host American intermediate-range missiles on its soil. The announcement was polite. It was phrased as a request. But the message was clear. Japan was no longer willing to be America's unsinkable aircraft carrier. The alliance was still formally in place, but it was dead in practice, and the death was silent. The third silent alliance to shift was Turkey. A NATO member since 1952, Turkey had been a problematic ally for years. Its president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, had drifted toward authoritarianism, purchased Russian missile defenses, and clashed with Greece and Cyprus in the eastern Mediterranean. But Turkey's strategic location, controlling the Bosporus Strait, the only entrance to the Black Sea, made it indispensable. Trump did not care about the Bosporus. He cared about winning. When Erdogan demanded that the United States extradite a Turkish cleric living in Pennsylvania, Trump considered it. When Erdogan threatened to close the Incirlik air base, which housed American nuclear weapons, Trump laughed it off. When Erdogan actually closed the base in 2024, Trump did nothing. The Turkish president had called Trump's bluff. Turkey then proceeded to sign a comprehensive defense agreement with Russia. The agreement included joint patrols in northern Syria, shared intelligence on Kurdish groups, and, most shockingly, the sale of Russian S-500 air defense systems. Turkey remained in NATO in name only. In practice, it had become a Russian partner. The alliance had not been broken by war, it had been broken by neglect. The fourth silent alliance to shift was the entire Persian Gulf. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, and Kuwait had been American clients since the 1970s. The United States guaranteed their security. They bought American weapons and priced their oil in dollars. The arrangement was the bedrock of the petrodollar system. Trump did not strengthen this arrangement. He corrupted it. His administration sold weapons to the Saudis without congressional oversight, then used those weapons to bomb Yemen, creating a humanitarian catastrophe that turned world opinion against both Saudi Arabia and the United States. Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, developed a close personal relationship with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, so close that Kushner reportedly shared classified American intelligence with the prince. When that fact came to light, the other Gulf states began to wonder, what else was Kushner sharing? What other secrets were being traded for personal profit? The trust that had undergirded the American Gulf Alliance for 50 years evaporated. In 2025, the Gulf Cooperation Council announced that it would diversify its security partnerships. It signed a memorandum of understanding with China, agreeing to joint naval exercises, Chinese investment in Gulf ports, and, most significantly, the sale of Gulf oil in yuan. The announcement was made in Beijing. The American ambassador was not invited. He learned about it from a news alert on his phone. The fifth silent alliance to shift was Australia. The Five Eyes intelligence partnership, the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, had been the most trusted intelligence sharing arrangement in the world for 70 years. The Five Eyes countries shared raw signals intelligence, human intelligence, and satellite imagery with almost no restrictions. The trust was absolute. Trump broke it. In 2019, it was revealed that Trump had shared classified Five Eyes intelligence with the Russian foreign minister in the Oval Office. In 2020, Trump declassified a set of Five Eyes intercepts for political purposes, exposing sources and methods. In 2023, Trump's attorney general ordered the FBI to investigate Australian intelligence officers who had been monitoring Trump's campaign contacts with Russia, an investigation that the Australians saw as a betrayal of the trust that made Five Eyes possible. By 2025, the Five Eyes partnership still existed on paper, but the Australians had quietly stopped sharing their most sensitive intercepts with the United States. The Canadians had done the same. The British, caught between their historic alliance with America and their geographic proximity to Europe, had begun sharing intelligence with Germany and France instead. The Five Eyes had become the Four Eyes, then the Three, then a series of bilateral arrangements that excluded Washington. The Sixth Silent Alliance was the Soft Power Alliance, the network of educational exchanges, cultural diplomacy, scientific collaboration, and people-to-people ties that had made America the world's most admired country. This alliance died not with a signature, but with a statistic. In 2016, 1.2 million foreign students studied in the United States. By 2025, that number had fallen to 400,000. The decline was not caused by Trump alone. The pandemic played a role, but Trump's travel bans, his rhetoric about shithole countries, his administration's hostility to legal immigration, and the rising tide of anti-immigrant violence all contributed. Foreign students who had once dreamed of Harvard and Stanford now went to Toronto, London, Melbourne, Berlin. The scientific collaborations that had once flowed through American labs now flowed through Chinese and European centers instead. The Fulbright program, the flagship of American cultural diplomacy, saw its budget cut by 70% under Trump. The program still existed, but it was a skeleton, and the soft power that had once made America the world's indispensable nation had been replaced by hard resentment. By 2026, the silence was deafening. The United States still had allies on paper. NATO still existed. The Japanese treaty was still in force. The Five Eyes still met, but the trust was gone. The allies no longer called Washington first when there was a crisis. They no longer shared their best intelligence. They no longer coordinated their military planning with American commanders. They no longer believed that the United States would honor its commitments. Trump had spent 8 years telling the world that America was a selfish giant that would only act in its own narrow interest. The world believed him, and the world adjusted. The adjustments were not dramatic. They were mundane. A scheduled military exercise was quietly downgraded from a full-scale deployment to a tabletop simulation. A trade deal that had been negotiated for 5 years was signed in a ceremony that did not include the American ambassador. A joint statement on human rights that had once led with American principles now led with Chinese. A United Nations resolution that had once been co-sponsored by the United States was now co-sponsored by France, Germany, and Japan, without a call to Washington. The small things added up. By the time the MAGA faithful noticed that America was alone, it was too late. The alliances were not broken, they had simply moved on. The Red Hat had promised to put America first. But putting America first meant nothing when there was no one else at the table. The world had not rejected America. It had simply stopped waiting for America to lead. And in the silence, a new world was being built. A world without the United States at its center. The MAGA faithful had wanted to be free of global entanglements. They got their wish. The entanglements were gone. And so was the power that had come with them. The silence was the end of the American century. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. The empty hotels. The first sign that America had become a pariah was not political. It was not economic. It was not military. It was the hotels. From 2016 to 2025, international tourism to the United States collapsed by 72%. That is not a typo. 72%. The number of overseas visitors, travelers from Europe, Asia, South America, Africa, and Australia, fell from a peak of 45 million in 2015 to fewer than 13 million in 2025. The hotels did not fill up with domestic travelers to compensate. Americans had less money, less vacation time, and less interest in travel. The hotels emptied. In Orlando, the sprawling resorts that had once catered to British and Brazilian families sat half-occupied. In New York, the midtown business hotels that had once housed Japanese executives and German tourists converted their rooms into subsidized housing for the homeless. In San Francisco, the iconic hotels along Union Square posted vacancy rates of 60%. The lights stayed on, the staff stayed employed, barely. But the lobbies were silent. The sound of rolling suitcases on marble floors, once the background music of American prosperity, had faded to a ghost whisper. How did this happen? How did the country that invented modern tourism, the country of Disneyland, the Grand Canyon, Broadway, Las Vegas, the National Mall, the French Quarter, the Golden Gate Bridge, become a destination that no one wanted to visit? The answer is a catalog of self-inflicted wounds, each one deeper than the last. The first wound was the Muslim ban. In 2017, Trump signed Executive Order 13769, which barred citizens of 7 majority Muslim countries from entering the United States. The ban was chaotic, cruel, and poorly planned. It stranded travelers at airports, separated families, and generated headlines around the world that showed America as a country that hated Muslims. The ban was eventually revised and upheld by the Supreme Court. But the damage was done. Muslim tourists from Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, and the Gulf states, countries not on the ban list, began avoiding the United States. They did not want to risk being detained at the border because of their name, their religion, or their accent. They did not want to spend 5 hours in secondary inspection while an immigration officer scrolled through their phones. They did not want to explain for the 100th time that they were not terrorists. They went to London, Paris, Dubai, Singapore instead. The United States lost $25 billion in annual tourism revenue from Muslim-majority countries alone. The hotels felt it first. The second wound was the rhetoric. Trump called Haiti and El Salvador shithole countries. He said African nations were filled with huts in filth. He asked why the United States should accept immigrants from Norway instead of from shithole countries. The words were ugly. But the damage was not just to America's reputation, it was to America's welcome. Tourists from Latin America, Africa, and the Caribbean heard those words. They understood that the President of the United States despised their homelands. They concluded reasonably that the President might also despise them. Even if they were wealthy, even if they were traveling on business, even if they had valid visas, they did not feel safe. Safety is the first requirement of tourism. Without it, the industry collapses. The third wound was the pandemic mismanagement. The COVID-19 pandemic devastated global tourism everywhere, but the United States handled it worse than almost any other wealthy country. The death toll was the highest in the world. The lockdowns were inconsistent. The reopening was chaotic. The travel bans were constantly changing, with little warning, stranding tourists who had followed the rules. By the time vaccines became available, the United States had become a cautionary tale, the place where the virus ran wild because the government could not get out of its own way. International travelers, even those who were vaccinated, did not want to risk catching a new variant in a country where hospitals were overwhelmed and the president was telling people to inject bleach. They stayed home. They went to New Zealand, Australia, Iceland, Greece, countries that had handled the pandemic competently. The United States became the destination of last resort. The fourth wound was the rise in mass shootings. Between 2015 and 2025, the number of mass shootings in the United States quadrupled. The deadliest ones, Las Vegas, 2017, Parkland, 2018, El Paso, 2019, Buffalo, 2022, Nashville, 2023, Lewiston, 2024, made international headlines for weeks. Foreign tourists began to associate America with gun violence. They worried that their trip to a mall, a movie theater, a grocery store, or a school could be their last. These fears were not irrational. In 2024 alone, there were over 600 mass shootings in the United States. By comparison, there were 3 in the United Kingdom, 2 in Germany, and 0 in Japan. The difference was not just statistical, it was visceral. Tourists from countries without guns did not want to visit a country where guns were everywhere. The hotels near major tourist attractions, the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas, the Margaritaville in Orlando, the Hilton on Broadway in Nashville, saw their occupancy rates drop year after year. No amount of discounting could bring the foreign visitors back. The fifth wound was political violence. The January 6th insurrection was broadcast live around the world. Images of rioters smashing windows, beating police officers, and hanging nooses for the vice president were seen by billions of people. The message was unmistakable. The world's oldest democracy was tearing itself apart. Foreign tourists did not want to be in America when the next insurrection happened. They did not want to be on the National Mall when armed militias clashed with federal agents. They did not want to be in a country where the peaceful transfer of power, the very definition of a democratic republic, could no longer be guaranteed. The tourism industry in Washington, D.C. collapsed. Hotel occupancy in the nation's capital fell to 30% in 2025. The restaurants near the capital closed one by one. The museums, once overflowing with international visitors, became quiet, echoing halls where only American schoolchildren and a handful of domestic retirees wandered. The sixth wound was the visa system. Under Trump, the process of obtaining a tourist visa became slower, more expensive, and more arbitrary. Interview wait times at U.S. consulates around the world stretched to 6 months, then a year, then 18 months. Applicants were required to hand over their social media passwords, their phone contacts, their travel histories for the past 15 years. The application fee was raised from $160 to $500, then to $1,000. The rejection rate for tourists from Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, countries that had historically sent millions of visitors to the United States, rose to over 40%. Many prospective visitors simply gave up. They went to Canada instead, which had a simpler, cheaper, faster visa process. They went to Mexico, which did not require a visa at all for most nationalities. They went to Europe, which had a unified Schengen visa that allowed travel to 27 countries. The United States made itself deliberately difficult to visit. The hotels paid the price. The seventh wound was the dollar itself. Even if tourists wanted to visit America, by 2025, many could not afford to. The collapse of the petrodollar and the hyperinflation that followed made the dollar wildly expensive for foreign visitors. A European tourist who had budgeted $5,000 for a week in New York in 2020 found that the same trip cost $15,000 in 2025. The exchange rate had moved against them. Their euros, yen, pounds, and yuan bought less than a third of what they had bought 5 years earlier. The result was predictable. Tourists went to places where their money went further. They went to Turkey, to Thailand, to Mexico, to Portugal. They did not go to a country where a hamburger cost $40 and a hotel room cost $800. The hotel owners, the Marriotts, the Hiltons, the Hyatts, the independent operators, watched their industry die in slow motion. They had survived the 2008 financial crisis. They had survived the pandemic. They could not survive the combination of the Muslim ban, the rhetoric, the mass shootings, the insurrection, the visa delays, and the hyperinflation. By 2026, 1 in 3 hotels in the United States had closed permanently. The ones that remained open were shadows of their former selves. The concierge desks were empty. The restaurants served only breakfast. The swimming pools were drained. The bellhops had been laid off. The lobbies, once bustling with international voices speaking a dozen languages, were silent except for the hum of the heating system and the occasional American family checking in for a funeral. The empty hotels were not just an economic catastrophe, they were a symbol. A country that no one wants to visit is a country that no one respects. The MAGA faithful had wanted America to be feared. They got their wish. But fear is not respect. Fear is the opposite of respect. Fear keeps people away. And the people who stayed away were not just tourists. They were investors. They were students. They were researchers. They were artists. They were athletes. They were the future. And they had all decided silently and individually that America was no longer worth the risk. The Red Hat had promised to put America first. But putting America first meant nothing when the world put America last. The hotels were empty because the world had voted with its feet, and the vote was unanimous. Nobody wants to visit a country that has become a circus of violence, corruption, and chaos. The hotels will not fill again. Not in our lifetimes. The reputation is shattered. The trust is gone. The welcome mat has been pulled up, and underneath it is the bare concrete of a nation that forgot how to be a neighbor. The empty hotels stand as monuments to that forgetting. They are the tombstones of the American tourist industry, And the red hat is the name carved on every one of them. The day the hats disappeared. There was no single day when every red MAGA hat vanished. That is not how cultural collapses work. They happen in fragments, in private moments, in the quiet shame of a man looking at himself in the bathroom mirror and deciding that today, for the first time in 8 years, he will leave the house without it. The disappearance of the red hat was not an event. It was a million tiny surrenders, each one invisible to anyone but the person making it. But if you had to pick a moment, a single week when the balance tipped from wearing to hiding, it would be the third week of November 2026. That was the week the last Trump rally ended. Not with a bang, but with a stadium half empty. The venue was a minor league hockey arena in rural Pennsylvania. Capacity 8,500. In 2020, Trump had filled arenas 3 times that size. In 2024, he had still drawn tens of thousands. But in 2026, only 3,200 people showed up. The ones who came looked tired. Their hats were faded, the foam brims cracked, the letters peeling. They did not chant with the old ferocity. They did not boo the media with the old venom. They stood in silence for long stretches, staring at the empty stage before Trump appeared, as if they were waiting not for a speech but for a diagnosis. When Trump finally walked out, slower now, heavier, his tie too long and his tan too orange, the applause was polite, not thunderous, polite. The way you clap for a relative you have not seen in years, the one you know has disappointed everyone, but you still feel obligated to acknowledge. Trump gave his usual speech, the stolen election, the witch hunts, the deep state, the fake news. But the words landed differently now. They did not feel like prophecies. They felt like reruns. The crowd did not roar. They nodded. They shifted their weight from foot to foot. They checked their watches. When Trump finished, the applause lasted barely a minute. Then the 3,200 people filed out of the arena, got into their pickup trucks and sedans, and drove home in silence. Many of them took off their hats before they started the engine. They tossed them onto the passenger seat. They did not look back. That week, something broke. Not the movement. The movement had been breaking for years. What broke was the performance. The red hat had always required an audience. You wore it to be seen. You wore it to signal your tribe. You wore it to make the libs angry. But by November 2026, there was no audience left. The libs were not angry anymore. They were exhausted. They had stopped looking at the hats. They had stopped reacting. They had stopped caring. The hat had lost its power because the provocation no longer provoked. The left had moved on to other fights, evictions, hyperinflation, the collapse of the dollar, the empty hotels. They did not have the energy to glare at a piece of red foam, and when the left stopped glaring, the right stopped performing. The hat became just a hat, and once it was just a hat, it became an embarrassment. The first people to stop wearing the hat were the young. MAGA had always skewed older. The median age of a Trump voter in 2020 was 51. The young people who had supported Trump were outliers, often motivated by a desire to shock their parents rather than by any coherent ideology. By 2026, those young people were in their 20s and early 30s. They had watched their parents lose their homes, their savings, their health. They had watched their parents die of COVID after refusing the vaccine. They had watched their parents sit in front of Fox News for 8 hours a day, getting angrier and sadder and lonelier. The young people did not want to become their parents. So they stopped wearing the hat. They scrubbed their social media. They deleted the pro-Trump posts from 2020 and 2024. They told their friends that they had been just joking or just asking questions. They did not confess. They just disappeared the evidence. And the hat was the first piece of evidence to go. Next were the women. MAGA women had been a core constituency, suburban mothers who believed that Trump would keep their children safe, that he would lower their taxes, that he would bring back the America of their childhoods. But Trump did not keep anyone safe. The mass shootings got worse. The schools got more dangerous. The prices at the grocery store made it impossible to feed a family. The suburban mothers began to notice that their husbands, the ones who had worn the hats to the hardware store and the high school football games, were more irritable, more distant, more prone to shouting at the television. They began to notice that their children were embarrassed to bring friends over because of the red hat on the wall. They began to notice that their own mothers, the ones who had voted for Trump 3 times, had stopped calling. The women did not make a scene. They simply took the hats out of the closet one night and put them in a trash bag. They drove the bag to the dumpster behind the CVS. They did not tell their husbands. They just did it. When the husbands asked where the hat had gone, the women said, "I don't know, maybe you left it at the rally." The husbands did not look for it. They did not buy a new one. The hat was gone, and somehow no one wanted to ask why. Next were the pastors. White evangelical pastors had been Trump's most faithful allies, preaching from the pulpit that Trump was God's chosen instrument, that voting for a Democrat was a sin, that the red hat was a badge of righteousness. But by 2026, the pastors faced a crisis. Their congregations were shrinking. Young people were leaving the church entirely. The ones who stayed were bitter, depressed, and angry. The pastors looked at their flock and saw not a holy army, but a support group for people who had ruined their own lives. Some pastors doubled down. They preached that the suffering was a test from God, that the faithful must endure, that the red hat was a cross to bear. But other pastors, more and more of them, began to preach differently. They preached about humility, about forgiveness, about the sin of idolatry. They did not mention Trump by name. They did not need to. The congregation knew, and when the sermon ended, the pastor would walk to the back of the church and find that someone had left a red hat in the pew. Not as a statement, as a confession, the pastors gathered the hats and put them in boxes. They did not burn them. Burning would have been too dramatic. They just stored them in the church basement, next to the old hymnals and the broken Christmas decorations. The hats stayed there, gathering dust, forgotten. The final straw for many was January 6th, not the day itself, that had been 3 years earlier, but the trials, the convictions, the prison sentences. By 2026, more than 1,000 January 6th rioters had been sentenced to prison. Some of them were famous, the shirtless guy with the horns, the guy who stole Pelosi's lectern, but most of them were ordinary people. A grandmother from Texas, a chiropractor from Florida, a firefighter from New York, a small business owner from Ohio. They had gone to Washington because Trump told them to. They had believed that the election was stolen. They had believed that they were patriots saving the republic. And now they were in federal prison, wearing orange jumpsuits instead of red hats. Their families were shattered. Their neighbors were ashamed. Their names were in the newspaper. Their mugshots were on the internet forever. The MAGA faithful watched these trials and recognized themselves in the defendants, not because they had stormed the Capitol, most had not, but because they had believed the same lies, felt the same rage, made the same donations. If the grandmother from Texas could be in prison, so could they. The thought was terrifying, and the easiest way to distance themselves from that terror was to distance themselves from the symbol. The red hat was no longer a badge of honor. It was a potential exhibit in a future trial. They put it away. They put it in the attic. They put it in the trash. They put it anywhere except on their heads. By December 2026, the hats had all but disappeared from public view. You could still see one occasionally on a homeless veteran on the streets of Phoenix, on an old man in a rural diner in Mississippi, on a teenager trying to shock his classmates in a deep red town in Wyoming. But these were outliers. The vast majority of former MAGA supporters had stopped wearing the hat. They had not stopped believing everything. Some still believed the election was stolen. Some still believed Trump was a great president. Some still believed the deep state was out to get him. But they no longer wanted to advertise those beliefs. The hat had become radioactive. The cost of wearing it, the dirty looks, the whispered comments, the risk of being filmed and shamed on social media exceeded the benefit. So they took it off. They did not announce their departure. They did not write a farewell letter. They just stopped. And the silence of their stopping was louder than any rally cry had ever been. The disappearance of the hat was not a victory for the left. It was a defeat for everyone, because the hat had meant something to the people who wore it. It had meant belonging. It had meant purpose. It had meant that someone, somewhere, was listening to them. When the hat disappeared, that belonging disappeared with it. The people who had worn it were not suddenly converted to progressivism. They were not suddenly ashamed of every belief they had held. They were just alone again. And loneliness, for the MAGA faithful, was the original wound, the one that Trump had promised to heal. He had not healed it. He had exploited it. And now they were lonelier than ever, standing in front of an empty closet where a red hat used to hang. The day the hats disappeared was not a single day. It was 1,000 small deaths. Each one was a surrender. Each one was a tragedy. And each one was necessary. Because the hat was a lie, and the lie had to end before the truth could begin. The truth began in silence, in the absence of the hat, in the empty space on the dresser where the hat used to sit. The truth was small. It was fragile. It was the quiet voice that said, for the first time in 10 years, maybe I was wrong. That voice was the only thing that could save them, and it could only speak when the hat was gone. The confession booth of shame. They did not confess in churches. The churches had failed them, had blessed the very lies that destroyed them. Some pastors had seen the light, but too many had doubled down, calling Trump's indictments a persecution and his conviction a crucifixion. The MAGA faithful could not return to those pews, not yet, maybe not ever. So they confessed elsewhere. They confessed in online forums with fake names. They confessed in support groups held in community center basements. They confessed to their children in whispered phone calls late at night. They confessed to themselves in the dark, staring at the ceiling, wondering how they had been so blind. The confession booth of shame had no priest. There was no absolution. There was only the story, the long, ugly, humiliating story of how they had given everything to a man who gave them nothing in return. And the telling of the story was the only penance available. Let us begin with the forums. By 2026, a new kind of website had emerged, the ex-MAGA support network. The most popular was called Off the Hat, a play on off the wagon, because the founders understood that addiction was the right metaphor. The site had more than 2 million registered users, most of them anonymous. They posted under usernames like Former Fool 2024, Red Hat Remorse, Ashamed in Ohio, and I Wanted to Believe. The posts were raw. They were painful. They were, above all, honest in a way that the MAGA faithful had never been honest with themselves. One post from a user called Lost My Shirt read, I donated over $40,000 to Trump between 2016 and 2024. I'm a truck driver. I make $65,000 a year. I emptied my 401k. I took out a second mortgage. I borrowed money from my brother. I told myself I was fighting for the country. The truth is, I was fighting for a feeling. I wanted to feel important. I wanted to feel like I was part of something bigger than my boring life. And now I have nothing. My brother won't speak to me. My house is in foreclosure. My 401k is gone. And Trump is in Mar-a-Lago, living better than ever. I was a fool. I just need to say that out loud. I was a fool. The post had 47,000 reactions and 12,000 comments. Most of the comments said the same thing. Me too. Another post from a user called Jan6 Was Not Me read, I didn't go to the Capitol. I'm not a rioter, but I sent money to the Stop the Steal Fund. I told my coworkers the election was stolen. I believed it. I really, truly believed it. I watched the hearings. I saw the testimony. I saw Trump's own staff say he knew he lost, and I still believed him. That's the part I can't forgive myself for. Not the money, not the time, the belief. I believed a man who was lying to my face. Why? Because I wanted it to be true. I wanted Hillary to go to jail. I wanted Biden to be illegitimate. I wanted revenge for all the years I felt ignored. I wanted my anger to be righteous. It wasn't. It was just anger. And I let it turn me into a mark. This post had 63,000 reactions. The comments were not all sympathetic. Some said, you're still a traitor. Others said, at least you're honest now. The user replied to none of them. He had said what he needed to say. He logged off and did not return for 3 weeks. The forums were not the only confession booths. In person, a network of support groups had sprung up, modeled loosely on Alcoholics Anonymous. They called themselves MAGA Anonymous or Red Hat Recovery. The meetings were held in church basements, ironically, in public libraries after hours, in the back rooms of diners that had gone out of business. The format was simple: a circle of folding chairs, a box of tissues, a facilitator who had also been a Trump supporter. Each person stood up and told their story. No interruptions, no judgment, no politics. Just the story. A woman in her 60s, a retired nurse from Kentucky, stood up at a meeting in Lexington. She was wearing a plain gray sweater, no red anywhere. "I was a delegate to the 2020 Republican National Convention," she began. "Not an alternate, a real delegate. I had a credential and everything. I met Donald Trump Jr. I saw the president speak. I cried when he walked on stage. I really cried. I thought I was watching the savior of America." She paused. She wiped her eyes. "My husband died of COVID in 2021. He refused the vaccine because Trump said it was dangerous. I watched him suffocate in the ICU. He was 57 years old. We had been married for 34 years. The doctors let me hold his hand through a plastic sheet. And I still believed in Trump. For 2 more years, I still believed. I don't know why. I think because if I stopped believing, then his death would have been for nothing. And I couldn't live with that." She stopped talking. The room was silent. Then the facilitator, a man in his 50s, said, "Thank you for sharing." That was all. No advice, no judgment, just acknowledgement. The woman sat down. She took a tissue. She did not share again that night. But she came back the next week and the week after. A man in his 40s, a former construction foreman from West Virginia, stood up at a meeting in Charleston. "I wore the hat to my daughter's wedding," he said. "She asked me not to. She said it would upset her wife's family. Her wife, my daughter, married a woman. I wasn't happy about it. I'm still not happy about it. But she's my daughter, and I wore the hat anyway. I wanted to make a statement. I wanted everyone to know that I didn't agree with their lifestyle." That's what I called it. A lifestyle, like being gay was a choice. Like my daughter chose to be miserable for 20 years before she finally came out. He stopped. His voice cracked. "She hasn't spoken to me in 4 years. I have a granddaughter I've never met. Her name is Emma. She's 3 years old. I have pictures on my phone that my ex-wife sends me. That's all I have, pictures, because I wore a hat to a wedding." He sat down. The facilitator nodded. The tissue box was passed. The shame was not uniform. Some former MAGA supporters felt it more acutely than others. The ones who had lost family felt it most. The ones who had lost their homes felt it second. The ones who had simply lost their pride, who had been wrong but not ruined, felt it least. But all of them felt something, and that something was the beginning of change. Psychologists who studied the phenomenon coined a term for it: post-cult shame disorder. Not an official diagnosis, but a useful shorthand. The symptoms included intrusive memories of rallies and speeches, nightmares about Trump, difficulty concentrating at work, social withdrawal, and a persistent gnawing sense of having been violated by someone they had trusted. The treatment was group therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, and, for the most severe cases, antidepressants. But the most effective treatment, the therapist found, was confession. Not to a priest, not to a judge, to a peer. Someone who had been through the same thing and could say, without condescension, "I know, I was there too." The confession booth of shame was not a place of absolution. It was a place of reckoning. The former MAGA faithful did not go there to be forgiven. They went there to face what they had done. And what they had done, in aggregate, was staggering. They had voted for a man who tried to overthrow an election. They had donated to a man who defrauded them. They had defended a man who mocked them behind their backs. They had isolated themselves from friends, family, and neighbors for a man who did not know their names. They had, in many cases, shortened their own lives through stress, through vaccine refusal, through the slow erosion of hope. They had done all of this willingly, enthusiastically, with red hats on their heads and fire in their hearts. And now they had to live with the consequences. The shame was necessary. Without it, there could be no learning. The MAGA faithful had to feel the full weight of their error before they could begin to rebuild. But the shame was also dangerous. Too much shame, and they would curl into a ball and never come out. Too little, and they would repeat the same mistakes with a new leader, A new hat, a new lie. The confession booths were designed to calibrate the shame, to make it productive rather than paralyzing. You were wrong, the facilitators said. Now what are you going to do about it? What they did slowly was change. Not all at once, not dramatically, but change nonetheless. Some went back to school, some started small businesses, some volunteered at food banks and homeless shelters, places where they could see the consequences of the collapse firsthand and help, in however small a way, to mend them. Some simply sat in silence, processing, grieving, waiting for the shame to lift enough that they could look in the mirror without flinching. The confession booth of shame was not a happy place, but it was a necessary place. Without it, the red hats would have simply gone underground, waiting for the next demagogue to revive them. With it, there was at least a chance that the lesson would stick, that the next time a man with a golden tower and a silver tongue promised to make them great again, they would remember the shame. They would remember the empty bank accounts. They would remember the estranged children. They would remember the confession booth. And they would say no. That was the hope anyway. The hope was fragile. The shame was heavy. But heavy and fragile together can sometimes hold. The neighborhoods that closed their doors, they did not build walls. Walls were too obvious, too expensive, too much like the thing they claimed to hate. Instead, they built something quieter. Social walls, invisible barriers. Neighborhoods that did not explicitly ban MAGA voters, but made it impossible for them to stay. The mechanisms were varied. Some were legal, some were extra-legal. Some were simply the weight of 1,000 cold shoulders, 1,000 locked doors, 1,000 conversations that stopped the moment a known Trump supporter walked into the room. The result was the same. By 2026, millions of former MAGA faithful found themselves unwelcome in the very communities they had once called home. The process began in the suburbs. The suburbs had been the battleground of the Trump years, places where garden-variety republicanism had curdled into something darker, where neighbors who had once borrowed sugar from each other now refused to make eye contact over the fence. The hatred had been mutual. The MAGA supporters hated the libs for their signs, their masks, their Black Lives Matter lawn decals. The libs hated the MAGA supporters for their flags, their trucks, their open carry holsters. The neighborhoods had been cold civil wars, fought in HOA meetings and school board elections, and passive-aggressive notes left on windshields. But after the collapse, after the empty hotels, the end of the dollar, the shame of the confession booths, the balance of power shifted. The libs won, not because they were stronger, but because they were less ashamed. They had not voted for the man who broke the country. They had not donated to the fraud. They had not worn the hat. They had been right, and being right in the end was its own kind of authority. The first neighborhoods to close their doors were the ones with HOAs. Homeowners associations had always been petty tyrannies, enforcing rules about lawn length and mailbox paint in the color of your front door. In the aftermath of the MAGA collapse, many HOAs added a new rule: no political displays. The rule was facially neutral. It banned Biden flags and Trump flags alike. But everyone knew what it meant. The Biden flags had come down years ago. The Trump flags were still up, on the houses of the holdouts, the true believers who had not yet taken off the hat. The HOAs sent notices. The holdouts ignored them. The HOAs imposed fines. The holdouts refused to pay. The HOAs placed liens on the houses. The holdouts found themselves facing foreclosure not because of the economy, but because of a flag. Some of them took down the flag. They paid the fines. They grumbled, but complied. Others refused. They went to court. They lost. They moved away. Their houses sold to new owners who had never worn a red hat. The neighborhoods did not expel them. The rules did, and the rules were legal. The second wave of closures was more direct. In blue cities and purple suburbs, informal networks emerged to track MAGA voters. The tracking was not illegal. It used publicly available voter registration data, the same data that political campaigns had used for decades, but now the data was used for a different purpose: to identify which houses had voted for Trump. The lists were shared on neighborhood apps like Nextdoor and on private Facebook groups. The posts were careful. They did not say, "harass these people." They said, be aware and stay safe and know your neighbors. But the subtext was unmistakable. Once your house was on the list, your neighbors knew. And once your neighbors knew, your life changed. The changes were small at first. Your invitation to the block party was lost in the mail. Your kid was not invited to the birthday party. The neighborhood watch stopped patrolling your street. The community garden committee rejected your application because we have enough volunteers this season. The neighbor who used to wave at you now looked through you. The barista at the local coffee shop, who used to ask about your day, now just took your order in silence. None of these things were illegal. None of them were violent. But they added up to a wall of cold politeness, of exclusion without explanation, of isolation dressed in the clothes of normalcy. Some MAGA supporters tried to fight back. They held their own block parties, invited only their own kind. They started their own community gardens. They formed their own neighborhood watches. But there were fewer of them now. The hat had disappeared. The tribe had scattered. The solidarity that had once made them feel invincible had crumbled under the weight of shame. They could not fight back because they no longer believed they deserved to win. The third wave was economic. Landlords in blue cities began checking voter registration as part of the rental application process. It was legal in most states. A landlord could refuse to rent to someone for any reason that was not explicitly protected. Race, religion, national origin, disability, familial status, age. Political affiliation was not a protected class. So landlords refused to rent to Trump voters. They did not say that was why. They said the unit was rented to someone else, or your credit score was insufficient, or we found a more qualified applicant. But the data was clear. A study by housing researchers at the University of California, Berkeley, found that applicants with a history of voting in Republican primaries were 38% less likely to receive a lease than identical applicants with no such history. The study controlled for credit score, income, rental history, and every other variable. The only factor that predicted rejection was the primary ballot. The result was a quiet migration. Trump voters left blue cities. They moved to purple exurbs, to deep red rural counties, to the dwindling pockets of the country where the hat was still acceptable. But those places had fewer jobs, worse schools, weaker infrastructure. The hospitals were closing. The grocery stores were shuttering. The internet was slow or non-existent. The MAGA faithful who fled the cities found themselves in a different kind of prison. Not a wall of exclusion, but a wall of neglect. They had been rejected by the places with opportunity. They were left with the places without it. The fourth wave was the most painful. The neighbors who had once been friends. The MAGA collapse did not just create social walls between strangers. It destroyed relationships that had lasted decades. Two couples in a Cleveland suburb had been neighbors for 22 years. They had watched each other's children grow up. They had taken vacations together. They had shared a key to each other's houses. One couple was MAGA, the other was not. The non-MAGA couple had tried to maintain the friendship. They had looked past the hat at the barbecues, the rants at the dinner parties, the donations to the legal defense fund. They had told themselves that politics did not matter, that friendship was deeper than partisanship. But after January 6th, after the trials, after the tapes of Trump mocking his supporters, something broke. The non-MAGA couple could not look at their neighbors without seeing the insurrection, could not hear their voice without hearing the lies, could not sit at their table without tasting the shame. They did not announce an end to the friendship. They just stopped calling, stopped texting, stopped knocking. The wall went up slowly, brick by brick, until one day the two couples passed each other on the sidewalk and neither said hello. They had been neighbors for 22 years. Now they were strangers. The wall was not built by law or by HOA. It was built by disgust. The neighborhoods that closed their doors were not just punishing the MAGA faithful. They were protecting themselves. After a decade of rage, of fear, of constant low-grade warfare with the people next door, the non-MAGA Americans had run out of tolerance. They did not want to understand. They did not want to heal. They wanted to be left alone. And the only way to be left alone was to make the MAGA faithful leave. Some of the MAGA faithful accepted their exile. They moved to the red counties, the rural pockets, the places where the hat still hung on the wall. They lived among their own kind, nursing their grievances, waiting for the next savior. Others fought to stay. They attended HOA meetings. They appealed to fair housing agencies. They wrote letters to the editor of the local paper, pleading for forgiveness. Most were ignored. A few were heard. But even the ones who stayed found that the wall did not come down. The trust was gone. The neighbor who had borrowed sugar would never borrow it again. The block party invitation would never come. The door would remain closed, not by law, but by the quiet, irreversible judgment of people who had decided that some mistakes cannot be undone. The neighborhoods that closed their doors were a tragedy. They represented the final collapse of the American ideal of neighborliness. The idea that people who disagree can still live together, break bread together, raise children together. That ideal had been dying for years. The MAGA movement killed it. Not alone, but decisively. The red hat was a declaration of war on half the country. And war has consequences. One of the consequences is that when the war ends, the losers are not welcomed back. They are exiled. They are shunned. They are told in 1,000 small ways that they are no longer part of the community. The MAGA faithful had wanted to make America great again. They had succeeded only in making it smaller. Smaller hearts, smaller minds, smaller neighborhoods. The doors that closed were not just closed to them. They were closed to the possibility that Americans could ever trust each other again. That possibility may have been a fantasy, but it was a beautiful fantasy, and now it is gone. The neighborhoods that closed their doors are still there. The houses are still standing. The lawns are still mowed. The children still play in the streets. But something is missing. The open door, the waving neighbor, the sense that whatever happens, we are in this together. That sense died with the red hat, and no one knows how to bring it back. The lie, I never voted for him. It became the most common sentence in America. You heard it at dinner parties, at office water coolers, at family reunions, in the checkout line at the grocery store. You heard it from politicians who had once worn the red hat on the campaign trail. You heard it from pastors who had preached that Trump was God's chosen instrument. You heard it from uncles at Thanksgiving, from neighbors across the fence, from coworkers in the break room. I never voted for him. The words were smooth, they were practiced, they were almost always false. The lie was not a lie in the ordinary sense. It was a survival mechanism. By 2026, admitting that you had voted for Trump was social suicide. You would lose your job, your friends, your place in the community. You would be shunned by the neighborhoods that closed their doors. You would be labeled a traitor, a racist, a fool. The consequences were real. So people lied. They lied to protect themselves. They lied to protect their families. They lied because the truth had become too expensive to tell. The scale of the lie was staggering. In 2020, 74 million Americans voted for Donald Trump. In 2024, despite everything, the indictments, the convictions, the January 6th hearings, he still received 68 million votes. Even in 2026, after the collapse had begun, polling showed that approximately 55 million Americans still approved of Trump. But when pollsters asked the same people whether they had voted for Trump, only 32 million said yes. The other 23 million said they had voted for Biden, or stayed home, or voted third party. The gap was not a rounding error. It was a mass delusion, or rather, a mass lie. The lie took different forms depending on the liar. Some people claimed that they had never supported Trump at all. I was always a never Trumper, they would say, even though their Facebook feeds from 2020 were filled with MAGA memes. Others admitted to having supported Trump at one time but claimed that they had seen the light early. In 2018 or 2019, or at the latest 2020. I voted for him once, but after Charlottesville I was done. The timeline rarely matched reality, but no one checked. No one could check. The social cost of being caught in the lie was high, but the social cost of telling the truth was higher. So the lie persisted. The most brazen liars were the politicians, Republican senators and representatives who had voted to overturn the 2020 election, who had spoken at Trump rallies, who had praised Trump as the greatest president of their lifetimes. By 2026, many of them had scrubbed their websites, deleted their tweets, and begun speaking of Trump in the past tense. He was a complicated figure, they would say. I supported his policies, but I had concerns about his character from the beginning. The concerns were never mentioned at the time. The votes to overturn the election were never explained. The politicians counted on the short memory of the electorate. They were mostly right. Voters wanted to move on. They did not want to relitigate the past. They wanted to believe that their representatives had not been part of the catastrophe. So they believed the lie. The lie was not just told to others, it was told to oneself. Self-deception is the deepest kind. By 2026, many former Trump voters had convinced themselves genuinely that they had never been true believers. They had gone along with the crowd, they had donated a few dollars here and there, they had attended a rally because it was something to do, but they had never really believed. They had always known, in their heart of hearts, that Trump was a fraud. The memory was reconstructed, reframed, sanitized. The brain is merciful. It edits out the parts of the past that cause too much pain. For millions of Americans, the part that caused too much pain was the decade they had spent worshiping a false idol. So the brain edited it out. The memories became vague. The emotions became distant. The red hat became a costume they had worn once at a party years ago. They had never really meant it. Psychologists called this moral disengagement. It was the same mechanism that allowed Nazi soldiers to convince themselves they had not known about the concentration camps, that allowed segregationists to convince themselves they had not been racist. The human mind is extraordinarily good at protecting itself from its own shame. It builds walls of denial, fortresses of rationalization, citadels of selective memory. By 2026, the minds of former Trump voters were fortified cities, bristling with defenses against the truth. The problem was that the truth kept leaking in. The truth was the empty bank account. The truth was the estranged daughter. The truth was the foreclosure notice. The truth was the gravestone of the husband who had refused the vaccine. The truth was heavy. The truth was stubborn. The truth did not care about the mind's defenses. The truth sat on the chest of every former Trump voter, pressing down, demanding to be acknowledged. And the lie, I never voted for him, was the only thing keeping that weight from crushing them entirely. Some people could not maintain the lie. They broke, they confessed, they went to the support groups, the confession booths, the therapist offices. They admitted that they had voted for Trump, donated to Trump, believed in Trump. They admitted that they had been wrong. These people were the exceptions. Most Trump voters did not break. They held on to the lie with both hands because the lie was the only thing holding them together. The social dynamics of the lie were fascinating to observe. In mixed company, former Trump voters and former Biden voters together, the lie created a kind of performance. The former Trump voter would say, I never voted for him. The former Biden voter would nod, pretending to believe. Both knew the truth. Both knew that the other knew. But the pretense was maintained because the alternative, a direct confrontation, was too painful. So everyone played their part. The liar lied. The listener pretended to believe. The conversation moved on to safer topics. The weather, the sports team, the rising price of bread. The truth sat in the corner of the room, unacknowledged, like an unwanted guest. The lie had a corrosive effect on relationships. Once you had lied about something so fundamental, it became easier to lie about other things. The habit of deception spread. Marriages that had survived the Trump years began to crumble under the weight of the lie. Wives who had watched their husbands wear the red hat for a decade heard their husbands say, I never really supported him, and felt a kind of vertigo. Who was this person? What else had he lied about? The trust that had been strained by politics snapped entirely. Divorce rates among mixed politics couples, which had risen sharply during the Trump years, rose again in 2026 and 2027. The lie was not the only cause, but it was a cause. When you cannot trust your spouse to tell the truth about the past, you cannot trust them about anything. The lie also had a political effect. By denying that they had ever supported Trump, former Trump voters made it impossible to learn from their mistake. You cannot learn from a mistake you refuse to admit. So the conditions that had produced Trump, the anger, the resentment, the hunger for a strong man, remained unexamined. They festered underground, waiting for the next demagogue to tap into them. The lie did not heal the wound. It only covered it with a Band-Aid. The infection continued to spread. By 2028, the lie had become so pervasive that historians faced a crisis. How could they write the history of the Trump era when the primary witnesses were all lying? The archives were full of evidence: tweets, videos, donation records, voter rolls. The evidence said one thing. The memories of the participants said another. The historians had to choose. Most chose the evidence. But the gap between the evidence and the memory, the gap that the lie had created, remained a chasm that no amount of scholarship could fully bridge. Future generations would read about the Trump years and wonder, how could 74 million people have voted for this man? They would not know that many of those 74 million would later claim they had not. The lie would become part of the historical record. The truth would be buried in spreadsheets and court filings, accessible only to researchers with the time and patience to dig. The lie had a name. Psychologists called it the Trump amnesia. It was not a clinical diagnosis, but it might as well have been. The symptoms were specific: inability to recall attending rallies, inability to recall making donations, inability to recall defending Trump on social media. The memories were not gone. They were repressed. And repression, as Freud knew, does not make the memories disappear. It makes them reappear in other forms: anxiety, depression, rage, physical illness. The Trump amnesia was not a cure. It was a symptom of a disease that had not yet been treated. The only cure for the lie was the truth, but the truth was too painful for most to bear. So they continued to lie. They said, "I never voted for him," to their children, their friends, their therapists, their priests. They said it so many times that they began to believe it themselves. The lie became the truth. And the truth, the ugly, humiliating truth of the red hat, faded into a kind of half-memory, a bad dream that had never really happened. Except that it had happened. It had happened to them. And no amount of lying could change that. The lie was a bandage, not a cure. The wound was still there, hidden beneath the fabric of denial, waiting for the moment when the bandage would be ripped off and the truth would finally, mercifully, painfully be told. That moment would come for some. For others, it would never come. They would take the lie to their graves, buried in a red hat that no one would ever see. The Republic with no buyers. The United States had always been a product. Not in the literal sense. You could not purchase America on Amazon or at a big box store. But America sold itself. It sold itself to tourists, as we have seen. It sold itself to students, to researchers, to artists, to athletes. Most of all, it sold itself to investors. For 100 years, the world had invested in America because America was the safest bet. The rule of law was stable. The currency was sound. The government, however flawed, would pay its debts. That was the product, and the world bought it. Trillions of dollars flowed into American stocks, bonds, real estate, and factories because the world trusted that America would not collapse. By 2027, that trust was gone. The Republic had no buyers. The collapse of the investment market did not happen overnight. It happened in stages, each one more devastating than the last. The first stage was the bond market. For generations, U.S. Treasury bonds were considered the safest investment on earth. They were called risk-free assets. Central banks, pension funds, insurance companies, and sovereign wealth funds parked trillions of dollars in treasuries because they absolutely knew, that the United States would never default. Then in 2025, the United States defaulted. Not technically, not officially, but functionally. The hyperinflation that followed the end of the petrodollar made the existing debt worthless. A treasury bond that had been worth $1,000 in 2020 was worth the equivalent of $87 in 2026. The bond had not defaulted in the legal sense, but in the real sense, the sense that mattered to the pensioner counting on that money to buy food, it had defaulted completely. The world noticed. The central banks that had held trillions in treasuries began to sell. They sold quietly at first, through intermediaries so as not to crash the market. But the market crashed anyway. By early 2027, the yield on 10-year Treasury bonds had risen to 18%. That meant the government had to pay 18 cents of interest every year for every dollar it borrowed. The government was already drowning in debt. The interest payments alone consumed more than half of all federal revenue. There was no money left for defense, for infrastructure, for Social Security, for Medicare. There was barely enough money to keep the lights on in the Capitol. And because the government could not pay a competitive interest rate without pushing yields even higher, it could not borrow new money to pay the old interest. The debt spiral was irreversible. The United States was not technically bankrupt, but it was functionally insolvent. No one would lend it money. No one would buy its debt. The Republic had no buyers. The second stage was the stock market. American stocks had been the engine of global wealth for a century. Companies like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google were worth more than the GDP of most countries. Investors from Tokyo to London to Sao Paulo bought American stocks because American companies were the most innovative, the most profitable, the most dominant in their industries. But by 2026, those companies were in trouble. Their supply chains had been disrupted by the trade wars. Their foreign sales had collapsed because the dollar was too volatile. Their talent pools had dried up because foreign workers no longer wanted to come to America. And their domestic market, the American consumer, was broke. The hyperinflation had destroyed household savings. The unemployment rate had reached 18%. The people who had once bought iPhones and Amazon Prime subscriptions were now struggling to afford bread. Apple's stock fell 70% from its 2024 peak. Amazon fell 80%. Google fell 65%. The investors who had held these stocks for decades watched their retirement savings evaporate. They sold everything. The stock market crashed, recovered slightly, crashed again, and then went into a long, slow, grinding decline that no amount of Federal Reserve intervention could stop. The Republic had no buyers for its companies. The third stage was real estate. American real estate had been a favorite investment for global capital for decades. Sovereign wealth funds from the Middle East, pension funds from Canada, and billionaires from China had bought office buildings, apartment complexes, hotels, and shopping malls across the United States. They had trusted that American property would hold its value, that the American economy would continue to grow, that the American renter would continue to pay rent. That trust was shattered. By 2027, office buildings in major cities were 60% vacant. The remote work revolution had combined with the economic collapse to make commercial real estate almost worthless. Apartment buildings were only slightly better. People still needed to live somewhere. But the rents had fallen by half because no one could afford to pay. The foreign investors who had bought these properties wanted out. But there were no buyers. The properties sat on the market for years, their prices falling month after month until they were finally sold for pennies on the dollar to distressed asset funds that stripped them for parts. The Republic had no buyers for its land. The fourth stage was the most humiliating. America began selling its national assets. When a country cannot borrow and cannot tax because the economy is too small and the population too poor, it has only one option left. It sells what it owns. The United States owned a lot: national parks, federal buildings, military bases, aircraft carriers, strategic petroleum reserves, gold reserves, even the airwaves that carried cell phone signals. The government began auctioning these assets to the highest bidder. The auctions were secret at first, then leaked, then public. China bought the port of Miami. Saudi Arabia bought a strategic petroleum reserve in Texas. A consortium of European pension funds bought Yellowstone National Park. Not the land itself, which remained federal, but the concession rights, the hotels, the roads, the Junru fees. The American people watched their common heritage being sold to the highest bidder and felt a grief that had no name. The Republic had no buyers for its debt, its companies, or its land. So it sold itself, piece by piece, each piece cheaper than the last. The fifth stage was the collapse of the dollar as a reserve currency. We have already discussed this in Chapter 6, but the consequences for investment deserve their own focus. When the dollar ceased to be the world's reserve currency, the demand for dollars collapsed. That meant that American assets, stocks, bonds, real estate, were no longer the default investment for the world's savings. Investors could now choose to hold yuan, euros, gold, or the new BRICS commodity currency. Many did. The dollar fell, and with it fell the value of everything denominated in dollars. An American stock that had been worth $100 in 2024 might still be worth $100 in 2027, but $100 would now buy what $12 had bought in 2024. The nominal value stayed the same. The real value collapsed. Investors who had held American assets for decades found themselves poorer than when they had started. They had not made a bad investment. They had invested in a country that had made itself uninvestable. The human consequences of the investment collapse were devastating. The stock market was not just a playground for the rich. It was where ordinary Americans kept their retirement savings, their 401ks, their IRAs, their pension funds. When the stock market crashed, those savings crashed with it. Millions of Americans who had planned to retire in their 60s found themselves working into their 70s, their 80s, their 90s. Others could not work because they were too old or too sick. They lived in poverty, dependent on a social security system that was itself collapsing because the government could no longer afford to pay benefits. The social safety net, already threadbare, tore completely. The elderly starved. The sick died without treatment. The young watched their parents suffer and wondered what kind of country would do this to its own people. The investment collapse also had a geopolitical dimension. When a country cannot attract investment, it cannot grow. When it cannot grow, it cannot project power. The American military, once the most powerful in history, found itself unable to pay for new ships, new planes, new missiles. The maintenance backlogs that had been building for decades became unmanageable. Ships sat in port, their crews unpaid. Planes sat in hangars, their parts unavailable. The nuclear arsenal remained because the nuclear arsenal was cheaper to maintain than a conventional military. But a country with nuclear weapons and nothing else is not a superpower. It is a threat, and threats do not attract investment. The spiral continued. By 2028, the Republic had no buyers for anything. Not its debt, not its companies, not its land, not its people. The country that had once been the engine of the global economy had become a museum, a place that people visited, if they visited at all, to see what had been lost. The investors had moved on to other markets: China, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, Brazil. They were making money there. They were not thinking about America. America was a warning. America was a tombstone. America was the place that had squandered its inheritance and then sold the furniture. The MAGA faithful had wanted to put America first. They had succeeded in putting America last. The Republic with no buyers was their creation. They had voted for the tariffs, the trade wars, the debt defaults, the attacks on allies, the praise for dictators. They had applauded when Trump said, "America first." They had not understood that America first meant America alone. And alone in a global economy means bankrupt. The Republic with no buyers is still there. The flag still flies. The anthem is still sung. But the buyers are gone. They will not come back. Not in this generation. Not in the next. The trust is broken. The reputation is ruined. The product no longer sells. And the people who broke it, the people who wore the red hat, now live in the country they destroyed. They cannot leave. No one will take them. They are trapped with their creation, like Frankenstein and his monster, bound together in a ruin of their own making. The Republic with no buyers is a republic in name only. It has no customers, no creditors, no investors, no allies. It has only itself, and itself is not enough. The last arms deal. The last American arms deal was signed on a Tuesday in March 2027. The location was not the Pentagon. It was not the White House. It was a Holiday Inn conference room near the Baltimore airport, chosen because it was cheap and nondescript. The buyer was the government of Indonesia, a country that had once been a reliable American ally. The seller was a mid-level State Department official who had not received a paycheck in 3 weeks. The deal was for 50-year-old M16 rifles, decommissioned naval mines, and a single C-130 transport plane with a cracked fuselage. The total price was $12 million, less than the cost of a single F-35 fighter jet a decade earlier. The Indonesians paid in euros. The American official signed the paperwork, shook hands with his Indonesian counterpart, and walked out of the Holiday Inn without saying a word. He drove back to his apartment in a 2019 Honda Civic with a missing side mirror. He did not tell anyone about the deal. There was no press release. There was no ceremony. There was only the quiet, humiliating end of an industry that had once defined American power. The last arms deal was not the end of the American defense industry. That end had come years earlier, in 1,000 small cancellations. The last arms deal was merely the funeral. To understand how America lost its arms market, you must first understand how it won that market in the first place. After World War II, the United States emerged as the world's leading weapons manufacturer. Not because American guns were better, some were, some weren't, but because American security guarantees came with American weapons. If you wanted the United States to defend you, you bought American. If you wanted your military to be interoperable with American forces, you bought American. If you wanted access to American intelligence, American logistics, American satellite coverage, you bought American. The weapons were not the product. The alliance was the product. The weapons were just the price of admission. Trump did not understand this. He treated arms sales like car sales. He thought countries bought American weapons because American weapons were the best. He did not understand that they bought American weapons because they trusted America. When he undermined that trust, when he called NATO obsolete, when he threatened to withdraw from South Korea, when he praised Putin over his own intelligence agencies, he was sawing off the branch on which the defense industry sat. The Allies did not stop buying American weapons immediately. They had long lead times, existing contracts, and a natural reluctance to switch suppliers. But they began to look elsewhere. The first major defection was Turkey. A NATO ally since 1952, Turkey had bought American F-16S, American missiles, and American radar systems for decades. In 2019, Turkey purchased the Russian S-400 air defense system. The United States responded by kicking Turkey out of the F-35 program. Turkey shrugged. It began developing its own fighter jet, the TFX, with technical assistance from Russia and China. By 2025, Turkey was producing its own drones, its own missiles, and its own armored vehicles. It no longer bought American weapons. The loss was not just financial. Turkey had been a $2 billion a year customer. It was strategic. Turkey sat at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. With Turkey lost, the eastern flank of NATO was exposed. The second major defection was Saudi Arabia. The Saudis had been the largest purchaser of American weapons for decades, buying everything from F-15 fighters to Apache helicopters to precision-guided munitions. The relationship was transactional but deep. The Saudis bought American. The Americans protected the Saudis. Then came the murder of Jamal Khashoggi in 2018. Congress tried to block arms sales to Saudi Arabia in response. Trump vetoed the block, but the damage was done. The Saudis realized that American weapons came with political strings that could be pulled by Congress even when the president was friendly. They began diversifying. They bought Chinese ballistic missiles. They bought Russian air defense systems. They bought French frigates. They bought South Korean howitzers. By 2026, Saudi Arabia was still buying some American weapons, but the flow had slowed to a trickle. The $10 billion annual arms sales of the Trump years were a memory. The third major defection was the United Arab Emirates. The UAE had been the most aggressive American weapons buyer in the Gulf, purchasing F-35s, Reaper drones, and a sophisticated missile defense system. The F-35 deal, negotiated in the waning days of the Trump administration, had been worth $23 billion. But the Biden administration and the post-Trump Republican administrations that followed had imposed conditions. The UAE could not use the F-35s against Chinese technology, could not share them with China, could not allow Chinese technicians near them. The UAE agreed at first. Then it quietly began negotiating with France for the purchase of Rafale fighters. In 2025, the UAE canceled the F-35 deal and signed a $17 billion contract with France instead. The reason, according to leaked diplomatic cables, was simple. The United States is no longer a reliable partner. We cannot predict what American policy will be in 5 years. France is constant. The last arms deal with the UAE had been signed in 2024. There would be no more. The fourth major defection was India. India had traditionally bought weapons from Russia, but in the 2000s and 2010s, it had diversified to include American, French, and Israeli suppliers. The United States had hoped to make India a major customer for American fighters, helicopters, and naval systems. But India watched the Trump years with alarm. It saw the United States withdraw from the Iran nuclear deal, then threaten to withdraw from Afghanistan, then threaten to withdraw from NATO. It saw the United States impose sanctions on its own allies. It saw the United States become unreliable. India began buying more from France, more from Russia, more from Israel. It invested heavily in its own domestic defense industry. By 2026, India was still buying some American weapons, mainly transport planes and naval guns. But the big deals, the billion-dollar deals, had dried up. An Indian general, speaking on condition of anonymity, told a defense journalist, "We cannot build our national security around a country that might elect someone like Trump again. The risk is too high." The fifth major defection was Germany. Germany had never been a major buyer of American weapons. It preferred European consortiums like Airbus and MBDA, but it had bought American fighter jets, the F-18, American transport planes, the C-130, and American missiles, the Patriot. In 2024, Germany announced that it would not buy the F-35 to replace its aging Tornado fleet. Instead, it would develop a new fighter jet with France and Spain. The decision was framed as a matter of European sovereignty, but privately, German officials acknowledged that they could no longer rely on the United States for software updates, spare parts, or maintenance support. What happens if the next American president decides to cut off support for our F-35s because we didn't spend enough on NATO? One German defense official asked. "We cannot take that risk." The German decision triggered a cascade. Belgium, Denmark, Norway, and the Netherlands, all of whom had bought or were considering buying the F-35, began to reconsider. By 2026, the F-35 program, once the most expensive weapon system in history, had lost more than half of its international customers. The last F-35 for an allied nation was delivered in 2025. The production line shut down in 2026. 40,000 American jobs disappeared with it. The sixth major defection was the entire concept of the American defense industry. The industry had consolidated over decades into a few giant firms: Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics. These companies were not just weapons makers. They were national champions, too big to fail, too important to be allowed to collapse. But they collapsed anyway. Not overnight, but over years. The loss of international customers shrank their revenues. The loss of domestic customers, the U.S. military, which was also shrinking, shrank their revenues further. The hyperinflation made their supply chains unworkable. The collapse of the dollar made their exports uncompetitive. By 2027, Lockheed Martin was a shell of its former self, employing 15,000 people instead of 114,000. Boeing was bankrupt. Its defense division sold off to a Chinese consortium. Raytheon had been acquired by a French firm. Northrop Grumman existed only as a holding company for patents. General Dynamics was making trains. The last arms deal was a symptom, not a cause. The cause was the destruction of trust. The United States had spent 70 years building a reputation as the world's most reliable security partner. Trump spent 4 years destroying that reputation. His successors tried to rebuild it, but the damage was done. The Allies had seen that American reliability depended on the whims of a single man. They had seen that man threaten to abandon them, insult them, and undermine them. They had decided that the risk was too great. They had found other suppliers. The American defense industry, built on a foundation of alliance, collapsed when the alliance crumbled. The workers in the defense plants, the machinists, the electricians, the engineers, were Trump voters. Many of them had worn the red hat. They had cheered when Trump promised to rebuild the military. They had not understood that rebuilding the military meant selling weapons to allies, and selling weapons to allies meant keeping allies as friends. They had not understood that you cannot sell weapons to people who hate you. They had not understood that the defense industry was not an industry. It was a network of trust, and trust, once broken, takes generations to repair. The last arms deal was signed in a Holiday Inn. The American official who signed it was the son of a Boeing machinist. His father had lost his job in 2026. His father wore a red hat until the day he died. On his deathbed, his father had said, "I still don't understand what happened." The son said nothing. He did not have the heart to explain that what had happened was the hat itself. The red hat had killed the industry that fed his family. It had killed the alliances that bought his products. It had killed the trust that made his work possible. And now, here he was, signing the last arms deal in a Holiday Inn, selling old rifles for euros, because there was nothing left to sell and no one left to sell it to. The last arms deal was a funeral, not just for the defense industry, but for the idea that America could lead. The world had stopped following. The weapons were still sitting in warehouses, gathering dust. But the buyers were gone. They had moved on, and they were not coming back. The passport nobody wants. The American passport was once the most powerful travel document on Earth. In 2019, before the pandemic, before the second Trump term, before the collapse, a United States passport allowed visa-free or visa-on-arrival access to 185 countries. You could fly to Paris, Tokyo, Rio de Janeiro, Cape Town, Bangkok, and 100 other cities with nothing more than that dark blue booklet. Customs officers smiled when they saw it. They waved you through. The American passport was not just a document, it was a symbol of trust. The world trusted that Americans were wealthy, educated, and unlikely to overstay their visas. The world trusted that the United States government would stand behind its citizens. The world trusted that an American passport meant something. By 2028, that trust was gone. The American passport had become a scarlet letter. Countries that had once welcomed Americans with open arms now required lengthy visa applications, proof of health insurance, proof of sufficient funds, and in some cases, a letter of invitation from a citizen of the destination country. The number of countries offering visa-free access to American passport holders had fallen from 185 to 47. The number offering visa on arrival had fallen from 38 to 12. The rest required applications, interviews, fees, and weeks or months of waiting. The American passport was no longer a golden ticket. It was a yellow flag, a warning that the bearer came from a country that was unstable, impoverished, and potentially dangerous. The decline of the American passport was not an accident. It was a direct consequence of the policies and rhetoric of the Trump era. The first blow was the Muslim ban. When the United States banned citizens of 7 majority Muslim countries from entering its territory, it sent a message to the world. America judges people by their religion. Other countries took note. If America could ban Muslims, why could other countries not ban Americans? Within a year of the Muslim ban being upheld by the Supreme Court, Indonesia required Americans to obtain a special visa endorsement. Malaysia followed. Turkey followed. Even European countries, traditionally welcoming to Americans, began to subject American travelers to additional screening. The retaliation was quiet. It was never officially framed as retaliation. But the correlation was unmistakable. Every time the United States made it harder for foreigners to visit, other countries made it harder for Americans to visit back. The second blow was the pandemic. The United States handled COVID-19 worse than almost any other wealthy country. The death toll was the highest in the world. The travel restrictions were chaotic, changing weekly, with little warning or explanation. Americans became known as super spreaders, people who refused to wear masks, refused to get vaccinated, refused to follow public health guidelines. Other countries did not want American tourists bringing the virus to their shores. Even after the pandemic subsided, the memory lingered. A 2026 survey of hotel owners in Thailand found that 73% preferred not to host American guests because they complain about rules and do not respect local customs. The stereotype was not fair to all Americans, but it was widespread, and stereotypes, once established, are hard to erase. The third blow was the political violence. January 6th was broadcast around the world. So were the subsequent riots, the armed militias, the standoffs with federal agents. Americans in the eyes of the world had become a violent people. They shot each other in schools, in malls, in movie theaters. They attacked their own capital. They threatened their own vice president. Why would any country want to admit such people? Customs officers in Europe and Asia began to view American passport holders not as tourists but as potential security risks. They are like any other high-risk nationality, a British border official told a reporter in 2027. We treat them the same as we treat Russians or Iranians. The comparison was shocking, but it was also logical. The Americans had earned it. The fourth blow was the economic collapse. By 2028, the United States was a poor country. The hyperinflation had destroyed household savings. The unemployment rate was 18%. The average American could not afford an international vacation, even if they wanted to take one. But the passport's decline was not just about tourism. It was about everything else. American students could no longer afford to study abroad. American researchers could no longer afford to attend international conferences. American artists could no longer afford to exhibit their work overseas. American athletes faced barriers to international competition. The passport was not just a travel document. It was a key to the world, and the key no longer worked. The fifth blow was the reciprocity principle. When one country imposes visa restrictions on another, the other usually reciprocates. The United States had long required visas from citizens of many countries: India, China, Brazil, South Africa, and dozens more. Those countries had tolerated the requirement because the United States was a desired destination. But by 2028, the United States was no longer a desired destination. The empty hotels proved that. So the countries that had once tolerated American visa requirements began to impose their own. India required Americans to apply for a visa online, pay a fee, submit to an interview, and wait 4 to 6 weeks for approval. China required Americans to provide a detailed itinerary, proof of hotel reservations, and a letter of invitation from a Chinese citizen. Brazil reinstated visa requirements for Americans after a decade of visa-free travel. The list grew every month. By the end of 2028, traveling internationally on an American passport was a bureaucratic nightmare. You had to plan months in advance. You had to pay hundreds of dollars in fees. You had to submit to background checks. You had to explain over and over why you wanted to leave the United States and why you would come back. The sixth blow was the shame. Even if the logistical barriers had been lower, many Americans would not have traveled. They were ashamed of their country. They did not want to be asked, in a foreign accent, "Where are you from?" They did not want to see the look on the customs officer's face when they handed over that dark blue passport. They did not want to be the person who had to explain or apologize or pretend. So they stayed home. They vacationed in their own states if they vacationed at all. They looked at photos of the Eiffel Tower, the Colosseum, the Great Wall, and felt a pang of loss for a world that had closed itself to them. The passport sat in a drawer, unused, gathering dust. It was not a key to the world. It was a reminder of everything they had lost. The passport's decline had a psychological dimension that was as important as the logistical one. For generations, Americans had taken international travel for granted. It was a rite of passage: the gap year in Europe, the backpacking trip through Southeast Asia, the semester abroad, the business trip to Shanghai. That rite of passage was now unavailable to most Americans. The young people who would have been the global citizens of tomorrow were trapped at home. They had never seen the pyramids, never walked the Great Wall, never stood in front of the Taj Mahal. Their world was smaller than their parents' world. Their horizons were narrower. The MAGA faithful had wanted to put America first. They had succeeded in putting America in a box, and the box was sealed with a passport that nobody wanted. The final humiliation came in 2028, when the European Union announced that American citizens would need to apply for the European Travel Information and Authorization System, ATS, before visiting any Schengen country. The ATS was not a visa, it was an online pre-screening system, but it was a barrier that had not existed before. The announcement was routine. The European Union had been planning ETS for years, and its application to Americans had been scheduled since 2021. But the timing felt symbolic. America, the country that had liberated Europe, the country that had funded the Marshall Plan, the country that had stood guard against the Soviet Union, was now being treated like any other third country nationality. The special relationship was over. The trust was gone. The passport had become ordinary. The passage of the passport from powerful to powerless was not lost on the rest of the world. Diplomats, journalists, and business people watched as the United States sank in global passport rankings. In 2019, the American passport had been tied for sixth place with several other countries. In 2028, it had fallen to 42nd place, just behind Moldova and just ahead of Serbia. The ranking was not just a number, it was a report card, and the grade was failing. The Americans who still traveled were a hardy, wealthy, or desperate few. They were the ones with family overseas, or the ones with enough money to hire lawyers to expedite the visa process, or the ones who simply refused to accept that their country had fallen. They traveled in a cloud of paperwork and anxiety. They were questioned at every border. They were pulled aside for secondary inspection. They were asked why they wanted to leave the United States, as if anyone could blame them. They were treated with suspicion, not because of anything they had done, but because of the country on the cover of their passport. The passport nobody wants is a tragedy, but it is also a mirror. It reflects the choices that the American people made, the votes they cast, the hats they wore, the lies they believed. The passport does not care about your politics. It does not care whether you supported Trump or opposed him. It carries only your nationality. And that nationality, once a source of pride, is now a source of shame. The passport sits in the drawer, unused. The world has moved on. The Americans stay home. The hat is gone. The passport is useless. And the republic, once great, has become a place that people leave only when they have no other choice. The last time an American passport was waved with pride was 2019. No one remembers what that felt like. The children of 2028 will grow up knowing only the passport nobody wants. They will not know that their parents once traveled freely. They will not know that the world once smiled at the sight of the dark blue booklet. They will know only the applications, the fees, the interviews, the wait. They will know only the shame. And they will wonder, what did our parents do to deserve this? Their parents will not have an answer, or rather, they will have an answer, but they will be too ashamed to give it. The answer is the red hat. The answer is the lie. The answer is everything that brought America low. The passport is the proof, and the proof is undeniable. The funeral of the petrodollar. They did not hold an actual funeral. There was no casket, no eulogy, no procession of grieving economists in black suits. But if there had been a funeral, it would have taken place on a Tuesday in April 2026 in a conference room at the Saudi Ministry of Energy in Riyadh. The attendees would have included the Saudi oil minister, his Russian counterpart, the Chinese central bank governor, and a delegation from the International Monetary Fund. The American representative would have been conspicuously absent. He had not been invited. The petrodollar died not with a bang, but with a signature. The signature of Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman on a document that changed the world. The document was simple. It was a single page written in both Arabic and English, with the seals of 6 nations at the bottom. It read, in part, "The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia hereby agrees to accept the Chinese yuan, the euro, the Russian ruble, the Indian rupee, the Brazilian real, and the new BRICS trade unit as payment for all oil exports, in addition to the United States dollar. The dollar shall no longer enjoy exclusive status in Saudi oil transactions. The transition shall begin immediately and be completed within 12 months." The document was not a secret. The Saudis released it to the press within hours. But the world had been expecting it for years. The funeral had been a long time coming. The petrodollar system had been born in 1974, as we have discussed. It was a deal between the United States and Saudi Arabia. America would protect the Saudi monarchy, and the Saudis would price their oil exclusively in dollars. The dollars that the Saudis earned would be invested in American debt, recycling petrodollars back into the American economy. The system was elegant. It was stable. It lasted for 52 years, and then it died because the United States broke its end of the bargain. The first breach was the Iran nuclear deal. Actually, it was the withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. In 2018, Trump pulled the United States out of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, reimposed sanctions on Iranian oil, and threatened to sanction any country that continued to buy Iranian oil. The Saudis watched with alarm. They had not loved the Iran deal. They saw Iran as a mortal enemy. But they understood that the United States had made a commitment and then broken it. If the United States could break a commitment to Iran, it could break a commitment to Saudi Arabia. The seed of doubt was planted. The second breach was the Khashoggi affair. In 2018, Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi was murdered inside the Saudi consulate in Istanbul. The CIA concluded that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had ordered the killing. Congress demanded sanctions. Trump refused. He vetoed a congressional resolution to end arms sales to Saudi Arabia. He praised the Crown Prince as a good friend. The Saudis were relieved, but also unsettled. They had seen that American policy towards Saudi Arabia depended not on law or principle, but on the personal whim of the American president. What would happen when Trump was gone? What would happen if a Democratic president who hated the Saudis took office? The Saudis began to look for alternatives. The third breach was the Biden administration's pariah policy. When Biden took office in 2021, he announced that the United States would treat Saudi Arabia as a pariah state for its human rights record. He released the intelligence report on Khashoggi's murder. He froze arms sales. He removed the Houthi militia from the terrorism list, which the Saudis saw as a betrayal. The Saudis were furious. They had been loyal allies for 50 years. They had bought hundreds of billions of dollars of American weapons. They had kept the petrodollar alive through wars, recessions, and crises, and now they were being treated like a rogue state. The message was clear. The United States could not be trusted. The Saudis began quietly negotiating with China. The fourth breach was the Ukraine war. When Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the United States and its allies froze $300 billion of Russian central bank assets. The Saudis watched and learned. If the United States could freeze Russia's assets for invading Ukraine, it could freeze Saudi Arabia's assets for any number of reasons. A disagreement over oil prices, a human rights complaint, a change in administration. The Saudis began moving their dollar reserves out of American banks and into Chinese, Swiss, and Emirati accounts. The process was slow, but it was irreversible. The fifth breach was Trump's return. When Trump was re-elected in 2024, the Saudis had hoped for a return to the cozy relationship of his first term. Instead, they got chaos. Trump demanded that Saudi Arabia lower oil prices to help the American economy. When the Saudis refused, Trump threatened to withdraw American troops from the kingdom. He called the Saudi crown prince a killer and a freeloader in a speech to the UN General Assembly. The Saudis had spent 50 years building a relationship on trust. Trump destroyed that trust in a single term. His second term was worse. By the end of 2025, the Saudis had concluded that the United States was no longer a reliable partner. They accelerated their negotiations with China. The deal with China was elegant in its simplicity. China would buy Saudi oil in yuan. The yuan that the Saudis earned would be invested in Chinese infrastructure projects, Chinese bonds, and the Chinese digital currency. The Saudis would no longer need dollars. They would no longer need American debt. They would no longer need American protection. In fact, they had already begun to diversify their security relationships. In 2025, Saudi Arabia signed a mutual defense pact with China. It was not a full alliance. China was still reluctant to commit to defending the Saudis against Iran, but it was a signal. The Saudis were no longer exclusively American. The death of the petrodollar had immediate and catastrophic consequences for the United States. The most obvious consequence was the collapse of the dollar's value. For decades, the world had needed dollars to buy oil. That need had created a floor under the dollar. No matter how many dollars the Federal Reserve printed, there was always demand because oil could only be bought with dollars. When the Saudis announced that they would accept yuan and euros and rubles and reals, that floor disappeared. The dollar fell. It fell against the euro, the yuan, the yen, the Swiss franc. It fell against gold. It fell against Bitcoin. It fell against everything. By the end of 2026, the dollar was worth half of what it had been in 2024. The second consequence was the collapse of American bond markets. The petrodollar system had created a limitless pool of demand for American debt. The Saudis and other Gulf states had invested their petrodollars in treasuries, keeping interest rates low and allowing the American government to borrow trillions at affordable rates. When the Saudis stopped investing in treasuries, the demand for American debt collapsed. Interest rates skyrocketed. The government's interest payments became unaffordable. The debt spiral that we described in Chapter 13 accelerated dramatically. By 2027, the United States was unable to borrow at any reasonable rate. The government was effectively bankrupt. The third consequence was the loss of geopolitical leverage. The petrodollar had given the United States the power to impose financial sanctions on its enemies. Countries that wanted to sell oil needed dollars, and dollars flowed through the American financial system. The United States could cut off any country from that system, as it had done to Iran and Russia. When oil could be bought in other currencies, that power vanished. Sanctions became meaningless. Iran could sell oil for yuan. Russia could sell oil for rupees. Venezuela could sell oil for euros. The United States could no longer dictate the terms of global trade. The fourth consequence was the loss of the dollar as a reserve currency. The petrodollar had been the anchor of the dollar's reserve status. Countries held dollars because they needed dollars to buy oil. When the need for dollars diminished, so did the willingness to hold dollars. Central banks around the world began diversifying their reserves, selling dollars and buying yuan, euros, gold, and the new BRICS currency. The dollar's share of global reserves, which had been 60% in 2020, fell to 30% in 2027. The dollar was no longer the world's reserve currency. It was just another currency. And in a world of many currencies, the United States had no special privileges. The Saudis did not gloat. They did not need to. The funeral of the petrodollar was not a celebration. It was a quiet, professional, business-like transition. The Saudis had done what was best for Saudi Arabia. They had no obligation to protect the American economy. They had been loyal allies for 50 years, and they had been repaid with betrayal, insults, and threats. The petrodollar had died of natural causes. The cause was American unreliability. The American people, especially the MAGA faithful who had voted for Trump, did not understand the petrodollar. They did not know what it was. They did not know how it worked. They did not know that it had been the foundation of American prosperity for half a century. They only knew that prices were rising, that jobs were disappearing, that the country was falling apart. They blamed Biden. They blamed China. They blamed the deep state. They did not blame themselves. They did not blame the red hat. But they should have. The funeral of the petrodollar was their funeral too. The dollar was dead, and they had killed it. The last American to understand the petrodollar was probably a retired economist at the University of Chicago. He had written a book about it in 1998. No one read it. In 2027, he was asked by a young journalist what had happened. He said, "We took it for granted. We thought it would last forever. But nothing lasts forever. And when we stopped being trustworthy, the world stopped trusting our money." He paused. You cannot have a world currency without a world leader. We stopped leading, so the world stopped following. The journalist thanked him and left. The economist sat alone in his office, looking at a graph of the dollar's decline. He had seen it coming for 30 years. He had tried to warn people. They had not listened. Now the graph was flat. The dollar was gone. The petrodollar was a footnote, and the funeral had no mourners. The petrodollar's corpse is still there, buried under the rubble of the American century. No one visits the grave. No one leaves flowers. The world has moved on to new currencies, new alliances, new systems. The United States is no longer the center of anything. It is a country like any other, poor, weak, divided, and alone. The red hat hangs in the closet, unworn. The passport sits in the drawer, unused. The dollar lies on the floor, worthless. The funeral is over. The mourners have gone home. There is nothing left to mourn. The feast of consequences. There is an old saying, you can only eat the feast of consequences for so long before the plate is empty. The MAGA faithful had been feasting for a decade. They had feasted on rage, on resentment, on the belief that they were the true Americans and everyone else was an enemy. They had feasted on the lie that Trump would make them great again. But feasts end, the table turns, and by 2028, the consequences had arrived in a great, terrible banquet that no one could refuse. Let us begin with the economic consequences, because they were the most visible. The hyperinflation that had begun in 2025 accelerated through 2026 and 2027. By early 2028, the dollar had lost 95% of its purchasing power compared to 2020. A basket of goods that cost $100 in 2020 cost $2,000 in 2028. Wages had not kept up. The average American worker earned the equivalent of $22,000 in 2020 dollars, down from $55,000 in 2020. The middle class had been wiped out. The poor had become destitute. The rich, the very rich, the ones with assets overseas, the ones who had hedged against the dollar, were still rich. But they were few. The vast majority of Americans were living in a kind of poverty that had not been seen since the Great Depression. The unemployment rate had stabilized at 22%. That was the official rate. The actual rate, counting discouraged workers who had given up looking, part-time workers who wanted full-time hours, and gig workers with no security, was closer to 35%. Entire industries had collapsed. Tourism was dead. The defense industry was dead. The financial services industry, once the jewel of the American economy, had moved to London, Singapore, and Dubai. The tech industry was a shadow of its former self. Silicon Valley had become a ghost town. The office buildings were empty. The startups had fled to Toronto, Berlin, and Shenzhen. The venture capitalists had followed. The housing market had collapsed. Homes that had been worth $500,000 in 2020 were worth $80,000 in 2028, in nominal dollars, which meant almost nothing in real terms. Millions of homeowners were underwater on their mortgages. Millions more had simply walked away, handing the keys to the bank and moving into tents, trailers, or the homes of relatives. The tent cities that had sprung up in 2025 had become permanent settlements. They had names now: Bidenville in Los Angeles, Trump's Folly outside Atlanta, the Camp in the suburbs of Chicago. The residents of these settlements were not just the homeless of old. They were former teachers, former construction workers, former small business owners, former Trump voters. They had lost everything, and they had no hope of getting it back. The healthcare system had collapsed. Without the financial infrastructure to process insurance claims, without the tax base to fund Medicare and Medicaid, without the supply chains to deliver medicines, the American healthcare system had reverted to something resembling the 19th century. Hospitals that remained open were understaffed, undersupplied, and overwhelmed. The richest Americans flew to Europe or Asia for medical care. The rest made do with free clinics, faith healers, and prayer. Life expectancy, which had already fallen during the pandemic, fell further. By 2028, the average American could expect to live to 72, down from 79 in 2019. The decline was steepest in red states, where vaccine refusal had been highest and healthcare infrastructure had been weakest. Mississippi, Alabama, West Virginia, and Oklahoma had life expectancies in the mid-60s, comparable to Russia or North Korea. The education system had collapsed. Public schools, starved of funding, had closed in waves. By 2028, only 40% of American children attended a functioning public school. The rest were homeschooled, unschooled, or simply not educated at all. The achievement gap, which had been a source of concern for decades, had become a chasm. A generation of American children was growing up functionally illiterate. They would never be able to compete in the global economy. They would never be able to rebuild their country. They would inherit the ruin that their parents had created, and they would not have the tools to fix it. The infrastructure had collapsed. The roads were potholed. The bridges were crumbling. The power grid failed regularly. The water systems were contaminated. The railroads had stopped running. The airports were half empty. The ports were clogged with containers that no one could afford to claim. The American landscape looked like a developing country. Worse than a developing country, because a developing country at least has hope. America had no hope. It had only the rusting carcass of what had once been the world's greatest economy. The social consequences were equally devastating. Crime had skyrocketed. Without jobs, without hope, without a functioning police force in many areas, police departments had been decimated by budget cuts. Americans turned to theft, robbery, and violence to survive. The homicide rate doubled between 2024 and 2028. The rate of carjacking tripled. The rate of home invasion quadrupled. Gated communities, once the preserve of the rich, had become the norm for the middle class. The poor lived in fear. The rich lived in fortresses. The country that had once been the land of the free had become a land of locked doors, barred windows, and armed guards. The mental health consequences were invisible but profound. Depression, anxiety, in post-traumatic stress disorder were everywhere. Suicide rates had tripled since 2020. The leading cause of death for Americans under 45 was no longer car accidents or drug overdoses. It was suicide. People had given up. They had no future. They had no hope. They had no reason to live. The suicide hotlines were overwhelmed. The psychiatrists had fled to other countries. The antidepressants were unavailable because the supply chains had broken. People killed themselves with guns. There were still plenty of guns. Or with pills, or by stepping in front of the few trains that still ran. The death of the spirit was harder to measure than the death of the body. But it was real, and it was everywhere. The political consequences were the most ironic. The MAGA faithful had voted for Trump because they wanted to take back their country from the elites. They ended up destroying their country entirely. The federal government, bankrupt and powerless, had ceased to function as a government. States had taken over many federal functions, but the states were impoverished too. Some states had descended into chaos. California, Oregon, and Washington had formed a Pacific Compact with British Columbia, effectively seceding from the United States. Texas had declared itself an independent republic. The New England states had reoriented their economies toward Canada and Europe. The federal government, still based in a half-empty Washington, D.C., was a laughingstock. It issued statements that no one read. It passed laws that no one enforced. It collected taxes that no one paid. The American Union, forged in revolution and preserved through civil war, had finally dissolved. Not with a bang. There was no second civil war, no final battle, but with a quiet, bureaucratic unraveling. The states stopped coordinating. The institutions stopped functioning. The people stopped believing. America was no longer a country. It was a memory. The MAGA faithful watched their country die and blamed everyone but themselves. They blamed the Democrats. They blamed China. They blamed the media. They blamed the deep state. They blamed the immigrants. They blamed the unemployed. They blamed everyone except the man in the red tie and the hat on their heads. Some of them, as we have seen, eventually confessed, but most did not. Most went to their graves believing that they had been right, that the election had been stolen, that Trump had been a great president, that America had been destroyed by its enemies. They died in poverty, in bitterness, in the ruins of the country they had once loved. They died with the lie on their lips. I never voted for him. They died alone. The Feast of Consequences was not just a feast of suffering. It was a feast of missed opportunities. It did not have to be this way. The United States could have chosen a different path. It could have listened to the economists who warned about tariffs. It could have listened to the diplomats who warned about alliances. It could have listened to the scientists who warned about the pandemic. It could have listened to the moral voices who warned about the cult of personality. It could have chosen sanity over rage, humility over arrogance, community over tribalism. It did not choose those things. It chose the red hat. It chose the lie. It chose the feast. And now the feast is over. The plates are empty. The table is bare. The guests are gone. Only the consequences remain. The hunger, the cold, the silence, the shame. The MAGA faithful have eaten their fill of consequences. There is nothing left to eat. There is nothing left to do. There is only the long, slow work of surviving in a country that no longer exists. The Feast of Consequences is not a punishment. It is simply the natural result of actions taken over a decade. Every cause has an effect. Every choice has a consequence. The MAGA faithful made their choices. They chose Trump. They chose the hat. They chose the lies. These are the consequences. They are not cruel. They are not unjust. They are simply inevitable. You cannot sow the wind and reap the harvest of the sun. You reap the whirlwind, and the whirlwind has come. The feast is over. The consequences remain. And the country that was once great is now a cautionary tale. It is a warning to future generations. Do not wear the hat. Do not worship the man. Do not believe the lie. The Feast of Consequences is not a feast you want to attend, but attend it you will if you make the same choices. The only question is whether you will learn from the Americans who came before. They did not learn. They are gone. The ruins are all that is left. The ruins and the red hat sitting on a dusty shelf, waiting for the next fool to put it on. The burn. They burned the hats in the parking lot of the abandoned Kmart. It was a Tuesday night in September 2028. The air was cool, autumn coming early to the Midwest, and the sky was clear, the stars visible in a way they had not been before the cities dimmed their lights. About 200 people had gathered. They came in pickup trucks and sedans, on bicycles and on foot. Some of them had driven for hours. Some had walked from the tent cities on the edge of town. They were mostly men, but there were women too, and a few teenagers who had been children when the red hat first appeared. They carried their hats in grocery bags, in cardboard boxes, and in their hands. Some of the hats were old, the foam cracked and yellowed. Some were newer, purchased in the final months of the Trump era, before the collapse made such purchases unthinkable. One man carried a hat that still had the price tag on it, $24.99, marked down from $39.99. He had never worn it. He had bought it as an investment, thinking Trump would win and the hats would become valuable collectibles. He had been wrong about everything. The fire was built in a rusted barrel that someone had found behind the Kmart. The wood was pallet scraps and broken furniture. A woman poured lighter fluid over the pile. A man struck a match. The fire caught, flaring orange and yellow against the night. Then the burning began. The first man to burn his hat was a retired auto worker from Flint, Michigan. His name was Dale. He was 68 years old. He had voted for Trump 3 times, 2016, 2020, and 2024. He had donated more than $8,000 to Trump's campaigns and legal funds. He had worn the red hat every day for 8 years, until the day his wife left him in 2026. She had not left because of the hat. She had left because they could no longer afford their mortgage, because his pension had been wiped out by inflation, because their daughter had stopped speaking to them. The hat was just a symbol, but the symbol mattered. Dale walked to the barrel, held his hat in both hands, and looked at it for a long time. The fire crackled. The crowd was silent. Then Dale dropped the hat into the flames. The polyester curled and blackened. The foam melted. The letters MAGA twisted and disappeared. Dale stood watching for a moment, then turned and walked back to his place in the crowd. He did not speak. He did not cry. He just stood there, his hands in his pockets, his face blank. The burning had begun. The second person was a woman named Letitia from South Bend, Indiana. She was 42. She had worked at a RV plant until the plant closed in 2025. She had voted for Trump twice, 2020 and 2024. But she had never been a true believer. She had voted because her husband voted, because her church voted, because everyone she knew voted. The hat had been a gift from her mother-in-law. She had worn it to rallies and to church picnics and to the grocery store. She had never felt comfortable in it. The red did not suit her. The letters felt like a lie. But she had worn it anyway, because fitting in was easier than standing out. Now her husband was gone. He had left her for a younger woman in 2026, and her mother-in-law was dead of COVID, and the hat sat in her closet like an accusation. Letitia walked to the barrel. She did not hesitate. She threw the hat into the fire and walked away. The flames consumed it in seconds. She did not look back. The third person was a man named Charles from Canton, Ohio. He was 55. He had been a police officer until the city laid off half the force in 2027. He had voted for Trump 3 times. He had defended Trump to his colleagues, to his neighbors, to his own brother. He had truly believed that Trump would make America safe again. But America was not safe. The crime rate had tripled. His former colleagues were overwhelmed. His own house had been burgled twice. And Trump was in Mar-a-Lago, protected by Secret Service agents who were still being paid, while Charles could not afford to fix his broken window. Charles held his hat over the fire for a long time, letting the heat soften the foam. Then he dropped it. He said something too quietly for anyone to hear. Some people thought he said, "I'm sorry." Others thought he said, "Never again." He walked away without explaining. The burning continued for hours. Hat after hat went into the barrel. Some people burned more than one. Their own, their spouses, their children's. A woman burned a small red hat that had belonged to her grandson, who had died of COVID in 2021. She did not say anything. She just dropped the tiny hat into the flames and watched it disappear. A man burned a hat that had been signed by Trump at a rally in 2018. The signature was in gold Sharpie, now faded. The man had paid $500 for the signed hat at an auction. He had thought it would be worth thousands someday. Now it was worth nothing. He burned it without regret. The fire burned low and then high again as new wood was added. The crowd did not disperse. They stood in a loose circle, watching, waiting. Some of them talked quietly. Most did not. The burning was a ritual, and rituals require silence. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire, the occasional pop of melting polyester, and the distant hum of a highway that no longer carried much traffic. Around midnight, a man named Marcus stepped forward. He was not a Trump voter. He had never worn the hat. He was a black man from Detroit, 50 years old, a former teacher who now worked odd jobs to survive. He carried a cardboard box to the edge of the fire. He opened it. Inside were a dozen red hats. He had collected them from the trash, from abandoned houses, from the streets. He had not burned them himself because he felt it was not his place. But he had brought them here, to this fire, to give them to the people who had worn them. He placed the box on the ground near the barrel. One by one, the former Trump voters took hats from the box and burned them. No one asked whose hat was whose. The hats were just hats now. They belonged to no one and everyone. The last hat of the night was burned by a woman named Carol. She was 73. She had voted for Trump 3 times. She had donated more than $20,000, her entire life savings, to Trump's legal funds. She had believed with all her heart that Trump was sent by God to save America. She had prayed for him every night. She had cried at his rallies. She had defended him to her children, who had stopped speaking to her. Now she lived alone in a subsidized apartment. Her children did not call. Her church had closed. Her savings were gone. Her health was failing. And Trump had never answered her letters. He had never thanked her. He had never even known her name. Carol walked to the barrel slowly, using a cane. She held her hat, the same hat she had worn to the rally in 2020, the one with the gold embroidery, and looked at it. Then she looked at the fire. Then she looked at the people watching her. "I was wrong," she said. Her voice was quiet but clear. "I was wrong about everything. I am sorry. I am so sorry." She dropped the hat into the flames. It caught immediately. The letters glowed red, then black, then ash. Carol stood there for a moment, her hand still extended over the fire. Then she lowered her hand, turned, and walked away into the darkness. No one followed her. The fire burned on. The burning ended around 2 in the morning. The barrel was full of ash and melted plastic. The crowd had thinned to a few dozen. They stood around the dying fire, not speaking, not moving. The ritual was over. The hats were gone. The question was, what came next? The answer was not clear. The burning was a beginning, not an end. It was a confession, a purification, a first step. But the first step is the hardest. The rest of the journey would be longer, harder, and less dramatic. The burning was a single night. The rebuilding would take generations. The people who had burned their hats knew this. They did not expect the fire to solve everything. They only knew that they could not move forward while the hats were still in their closets. The hats had to go. The hats had gone. Now the real work began. The burn was not just a local event. That same week, similar burnings took place in parking lots, fields, and backyards across the country. In Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Florida, in Arizona, in Ohio, in rural towns and suburban developments and city centers, tens of thousands of hats were burned. Tens of thousands of confessions were made. The burnings were not coordinated. No one organized them. They spread by word of mouth, by social media, by the quiet understanding that the time had come. The hats had been a uniform. The burnings were a disarmament. The media, what remained of it, covered the burnings with a mixture of fascination and exhaustion. The headlines were simple. MAGA faithful burn their hats in nationwide ritual. The stories were the same everywhere. People admitting they had been wrong. People apologizing. People asking for forgiveness. Some commentators called the burnings a national catharsis. Others called them a public relations stunt. Most Americans, exhausted by a decade of crisis, barely noticed. They had moved on. The hats were gone. The man was gone. The country was gone. What was left to say? But the burnings mattered. They mattered to the people who held their hats over the fire. They mattered to the people who watched. They mattered because they were real. The hats were not just symbols. They were objects. They had weight. They had texture. They had been worn on heads, sweated into, slept on. Burning them was not a metaphor. It was an act, and acts have consequences. The burnings also mattered because they were public. The confessions in the support groups were private. The lies told at dinner parties were hidden. The burnings were visible. They were witnessed. They could not be taken back. Once the hat was ash, it was ash forever. You could not unburn it. You could not pretend it never happened. The fire was a record. The ash was a testimony. The burnings made the unseen seen. The night after the burn, Dale, the retired auto worker from Flint, went home to his empty apartment. He sat in his chair and stared at the wall. The hat was gone. The spot on the shelf where it had sat for 8 years was empty. He felt lighter, but also more alone. The hat had been a burden, but it had also been a companion. Without it, he was just an old man in an empty room. He did not know what to do next. He did not know how to fill the silence. He fell asleep in the chair. He dreamed of fire. He woke up, and the fire was still there in his memory, burning. The hat was gone. The fire remained. The burn was over. The burning had just begun. The ashes. The morning after the burn, the parking lot of the abandoned Kmart was empty. The fire barrel was cold. The wind had scattered the ashes across the asphalt, gray and black smears against the cracked pavement. Someone had left a single hat behind, a child's hat, small and red, the letters MAGA stitched in white. It lay on the ground near the barrel, untouched. No one knew who had brought it. No one knew why it had not been burned. It sat there for 3 days, until the rain came and washed the letters into illegibility. Then it was just a piece of wet red fabric, indistinguishable from a rag. The janitor who swept the parking lot, the Kmart, had been closed for years, but the strip mall still had a dollar store and the check cashing place, threw the hat into a dumpster. It ended up in a landfill somewhere in Ohio. The ashes of the other hats ended up in the same place, mixed with coffee grounds and broken furniture and the ordinary detritus of a dying country. The ashes were not sacred. There was no shrine. No one collected them in urns. No one spread them on a mountaintop. The ashes were just ashes. They blew away. They washed away. They became dirt. The hats, which had once been the most visible symbols of a political movement, returned to the earth from which they had come. The polyester did not decompose. It would sit in the landfill for 500 years, preserved in the anaerobic darkness. A fossil of a forgotten time. But the meaning of the hats, the meaning that had made them worth wearing and worth burning, was gone. The ashes had no meaning. They were just matter. The people who had burned their hats woke up the next morning and faced the ashes of their own lives. The hats were gone, but the problems remained. The eviction notices were still taped to the doors. The empty bank accounts were still empty. The estranged children were still estranged. The shame was still there, sitting in the chest like a stone. The burn had not fixed anything. It had only made space. The space was empty. Now they had to fill it with something other than rage. For some, that something was silence. They stopped talking about politics entirely. They stopped watching the news. They stopped reading the opinion columns. They stopped arguing with strangers on the internet. They retreated into their private lives, their gardens, their grandchildren, their hobbies, their prayers. They did not become Democrats. They did not become progressives. They became nothing. They became people who had once believed something and now believed in nothing at all. The silence was not peaceful. It was the silence of a radio that had been playing static for 10 years and was finally turned off. The absence of noise was not music. It was just absence. For others, the something was service. They volunteered at food banks, at homeless shelters, at free clinics. They helped their neighbors rebuild their homes after the storms. The storms had gotten worse as the climate continued to warm and the government continued to do nothing. They worked in community gardens. planting vegetables to feed the hungry. They organized carpools for people who could no longer afford gas. They taught literacy classes to children who had never learned to read. They did these things quietly, without fanfare, without seeking credit. They did not talk about the hat. They did not talk about Trump. They just worked. The work was its own redemption. The work was the only redemption available. For a few, the something was activism. They joined organizations that were trying to rebuild American democracy from the ground up. They worked on electoral reform, on campaign finance reform, on gerrymandering reform. They knocked on doors in the few remaining competitive districts. They ran for office themselves, local office, state office, the occasional congressional seat. They were not forgiven for their past support of Trump. Many voters would not vote for them, but some would, enough to make a difference perhaps. The activists knew that the work would take generations. They did not expect to see the results in their lifetimes. They worked anyway. The work was the meaning. But most of the people who burned their hats did none of these things. Most went back to their lives, their struggling, impoverished, lonely lives, and tried to survive. They had no energy for activism. They had no capacity for service. They had only the daily grind of finding food, paying rent, staying warm. The burn was a memory, already fading. The hat was gone. The man was gone. The country was gone. All that was left was the struggle. And the struggle was enough. It had to be. The ashes of the movement were not just the ashes of hats. They were the ashes of a worldview. The MAGA faithful had believed that the world was divided into two kinds of people, real Americans and everyone else. They had believed that strength meant never apologizing. They had believed that the only truth that mattered was the one that made them feel powerful. Those beliefs had led them to ruin. The ashes were the proof. You cannot build a country on contempt. You cannot build a life on lies. The ashes were the evidence. The evidence was incontrovertible. Some of the former MAGA faithful looked at the ashes and saw nothing. They felt nothing. They were numb. The numbness was a survival mechanism. It allowed them to keep going when the alternative was collapse. But numbness is not healing. Numbness is a wound that has not yet been treated. The wound was still there, hidden beneath the scar tissue of denial. Someday, perhaps, the wound would be opened and cleaned and allowed to heal. But not today. Today, there was only the numbness and the ashes. Others looked at the ashes and saw a beginning. The ashes were not an end. They were a compost. Out of ashes, things grow. The forest fire clears the underbrush and makes room for new trees. The volcanic eruption covers the land with ash, and the ash becomes soil, and the soil becomes a garden. The ashes of the hats could become something else. Not quickly, not easily, but eventually. The people who saw the ashes as a beginning were the ones who would rebuild. Not because they were optimists. Optimism was in short supply in 2028, but because they had no choice. The alternative was to sit in the ashes and wait to die. They chose to plant. The first plants were small, a community garden on a vacant lot where a house had been foreclosed, a free library in a bus shelter, a tool lending library in a church basement, a soup kitchen that served hot meals 3 days a week, a daycare run by volunteers in a repurposed shipping container. These were not solutions to the crisis. They were bandages on a hemorrhage, but they were something. They were the opposite of the hat. The hat had been about division. The garden was about food. The library was about knowledge. The soup kitchen was about hunger. The daycare was about the future. The hat had no future. The garden, the library, the kitchen, the daycare, they were the future. A small, fragile, improbable future, but a future nonetheless. The ashes of the burn were scattered across the country. In the parking lot of the Kmart, they washed into the storm drains and flowed into the river, and eventually into the Gulf of Mexico. In 1,000 other parking lots, other ashes followed the same path. The hats became particles. The particles became sediment. The sediment became part of the delta. The delta was not a monument to the MAGA movement. It was just mud. The movement had ended not with a statue, but with mud. That was fitting. The movement had always been mud, muddy thinking, muddy ethics, muddy loyalties. The mud returned to the mud. The ashes returned to the ashes. The earth reclaimed what was always hers. The people who had worn the hats were not reclaimed. They were still here, still breathing, still struggling. They had been wrong. They had been foolish. They had been cruel. They had also been human. Humans make mistakes. Humans learn sometimes. The question was whether they would learn. The ashes did not answer that question. The ashes were just ashes. The answer would come later, in the choices they made now that the hats were gone. The first choice was to listen. For 10 years, they had refused to listen to anyone who disagreed with them. They had sealed themselves in an information bubble, protected from facts by the walls of their own certainty. The walls had crumbled. The bubble had burst. Now they could hear. They could hear the voices they had ignored. The scientists, the economists, the diplomats, the journalists, the neighbors, the children. The voices were not all correct. Some were wrong in their own ways, but they were worth listening to. The act of listening was itself a form of respect, and respect was the opposite of the hat. The second choice was to apologize. Not to the cameras, not to the internet, to the people they had hurt, to the daughter who had not spoken to them in years, to the coworker they had bullied, to the stranger they had screamed at in the grocery store. Apologies did not erase the past. They did not restore what had been broken. But they were a start. They were a recognition that the other person existed, that their pain was real, that the hat had been wrong. Some apologies were accepted. Most were not. The ones that were not accepted were still worth making. The act of apologizing was for the apologizer as much as for the wrong. It was a way of saying, I am no longer the person who wore that hat. The third choice was to rebuild. Not the country was beyond rebuilding, at least for now, but their own lives. They found work where they could. They repaired their homes with salvaged materials. They reconnected with family members who would have them. They joined churches that had not been captured by the cult. They went to therapy. They took up hobbies that did not involve politics. They learned to cook, to garden, to fix things. They learned to be still. The rebuilding was slow. It was boring. It was undramatic. It was nothing like the rallies. But it was real, and it was theirs. The ashes of the hats were gone. The people who had burned them were still here. They were different now. Not healed, not redeemed, not forgiven, but different. They had seen the fire. They had smelled the smoke. They had felt the heat. They knew what the hat had cost them. They would never forget. The memory of the burn would stay with them, as the memory of a near-death experience stays with a survivor. They had almost died, not physically but spiritually. They had been members of a cult. They had worshipped a false god. They had been freed not by grace but by catastrophe. The catastrophe was their salvation. The burn was their baptism. The ashes did not rise again. There was no phoenix. There was only the slow, quiet work of living with what they had done. That work would never be finished. The ashes would always be there beneath the surface, a reminder of the fire. But the fire was out. The hats were gone. The night was over. Morning had come, gray and cold and full of ordinary tasks. The people who had burned their hats got up from the parking lot and went home. They had work to do. The work was everything. The work was the only thing. The work was the opposite of the ash. The work was life. The unforgiven. Not everyone burned their hat. Not everyone confessed. Not everyone felt shame. Some of the MAGA faithful held on. They held on to the hat, hidden in a drawer or a closet or a box in the attic. They held on to the belief that Trump had been right, that the election had been stolen, that the deep state had won, that America had been destroyed, not by their own choices, but by the enemies they had always feared. They held on to their rage because rage was all they had left. Without rage, there was only grief, and grief was unbearable. These were the unforgiven, not because society refused to forgive them, though society did refuse in most cases, but because they refused to forgive themselves. Forgiveness requires acknowledgement. It requires saying, I was wrong. They could not say those words. The words stuck in their throats like fish bones. Every time they tried to speak them, the rage rose up and choked them. So they did not speak. They retreated into silence or into ever smaller circles of the like-minded. They became ghosts in a country that had already died. The unforgiven lived on the margins. Not geographically. Some of them still lived in the same houses, on the same streets, in the same towns where they had always lived. But socially, emotionally, spiritually, they were exiles. Their neighbors did not speak to them. Their families had written them off. Their churches had shunned them or closed. Their jobs had disappeared. Their friends had drifted away. They were surrounded by people and utterly alone. The loneliness was a kind of punishment, though no one had sentenced them to it. They had sentenced themselves. Let us meet some of them. There was Bill, a retired construction supervisor from Western Pennsylvania. Bill was 63 years old. He had voted for Trump 3 times. He had donated more than $10,000 to Trump's campaigns and legal funds. He had attended the January 6th rally, not the riot, he always said, just the rally. He had not gone inside the Capitol, but he had been there. He had heard Trump speak. He had believed in that moment that he was part of something historic. After the collapse, Bill lost everything. His pension was wiped out by inflation. His house was foreclosed. His wife left him. His children stopped taking his calls. He moved into a trailer on a patch of land he had bought years ago, thinking he would build a cabin there someday. The cabin was never built. The trailer had no running water. Bill used a bucket for a toilet and hauled jugs from a gas station half a mile away. He still had the hat. It hung on a nail above his bed. He did not wear it anymore. There was no one to see it, but he could not throw it away. It was the last thing he had, the last proof that he had once mattered. He sat in his trailer day after day, watching the television that no longer received any channels. He was waiting for something. He did not know what. He was just waiting. There was Carol, a former school teacher from Florida. Carol was 58. She had been a respected educator until 2021, when she was fired for refusing to wear a mask in the classroom. She had sued the school district, lost, and spent her savings on legal fees. She had then become a full-time political activist, organizing MAGA events in her county. She had been a local celebrity, the woman with the red hat and the megaphone and the never-ending supply of talking points. After the collapse, Carol's world shrank. The MAGA events stopped. The crowd stopped coming. The megaphone sat on a shelf, unused. Carol tried to go back to teaching, but no school would hire her. Her name was in the newspaper too many times. Her face had been on the local news, screaming at a school board meeting. She was unemployable. She lived on disability payments that were worth less each month. She spent her days scrolling through online forums where the remaining Trump supporters gathered. The forums were echo chambers of bitterness. Everyone blamed everyone else. No one took responsibility. Carol posted constantly, railing against the deep state, the globalists, the communists, the traitors. She did not notice that her posts got fewer and fewer likes. She did not notice that the forums were shrinking, that the members were drifting away. She was alone in a crowd of ghosts. She did not know it. She could not afford to know it. There was James, a young man from Idaho. James was 26. He had been a teenager during Trump's first term. Too young to vote. But he had been a true believer nonetheless. He had worn the hat to school, to the mall, to church. He had gotten into fights with classmates who called Trump a racist. He had been suspended twice. He had dreamed of joining the military and fighting for his country. But the military stopped taking applicants from families with known extremist ties. James's father had been arrested for participating in the January 6th riot. James could not enlist. He could not go to college. His parents had no money, and the student loan system had collapsed. He worked at a warehouse, lifting boxes for 10 hours a day, earning the equivalent of $8 an hour in 2020 money. He lived in a shared apartment with 3 other young men who had also been Trump supporters. They did not talk about politics anymore. They did not talk about much of anything. They came home from work, drank beer, watched television, and went to sleep. James still had the hat. It was in a drawer under his socks. He did not wear it. He did not throw it away. He just kept it there, a relic of a time when he had believed in something. He was not sure what he believed now. He was not sure he believed in anything. There was Maria, a grandmother from Texas. Maria was 71. She had been a Democrat most of her life. She had voted for Obama twice, but in 2016, she switched parties. She switched because her church switched, because her pastor told her that Hillary Clinton was the devil, because her friends told her that Trump would protect the unborn. She voted for Trump 3 times. She donated to his campaigns. She wore the hat to church potlucks and to her grandson's baseball games. After the collapse, Maria's grandson stopped visiting. Her daughter-in-law, who had always been polite but distant, stopped returning her calls. Her son, a quiet man who had never shared his politics, finally told her, "Mom, I can't do this anymore. You chose a man over your own family. You chose a lie over the truth. I love you, but I can't be around you." Maria was devastated. She did not understand what she had done wrong. She had only voted for Trump. She had only believed what her pastor told her. She had only wanted to protect the unborn. How could that be wrong? She sat alone in her house, the hat on the table in front of her, and cried. She cried for hours. Then she put the hat back in the closet and cried some more. She did not burn it. She could not. Burning it would mean admitting that her son was right, and she was not ready to admit that. The unforgiven were not all poor, not all isolated, not all broken. Some of them were wealthy. Some of them still had influence. Some of them were politicians who had scrubbed their websites and deleted their tweets, but still believed in the privacy of their own minds that Trump had been right. They did not say so publicly. They had learned to keep their mouths shut. But in their gated communities, in their private clubs, in their whispered conversations with like-minded friends, they maintained the faith. They told each other that the collapse was not Trump's fault. It was China's fault. It was Biden's fault. It was the media's fault. It was the deep state's fault. It was anyone's fault except their own. They had money so they could afford the lie. They had power so they could perpetuate it. They were the most dangerous of the unforgiven. Not because they would rise again, but because they would never learn. They would go to their graves believing that they had been right, and they would pass that belief on to their children. The children of the unforgiven were a tragedy within a tragedy. They had grown up in the cult. They had been taught from birth that Trump was a hero, that the election was stolen, that the media was the enemy. That truth was whatever their parents said it was. Now the world had changed. The cult was gone. The hero was disgraced. The media had been replaced by silence. The children were left with a set of beliefs that no longer matched reality. Some of them rejected those beliefs. They became atheists of politics, believing in nothing, trusting no one. Others held on not because they believed, but because they had nothing else. Their parents had given them the hat and nothing more. The hat was a curse. The curse was an inheritance. The inheritance was all they had. The unforgiven were not forgiven because they did not ask. They did not ask because they could not admit they had done anything wrong. They could not admit they had done anything wrong because their entire identity was built on the belief that they were the good guys, the real Americans, the patriots. To admit error would be to shatter that identity, and a shattered identity is a kind of death. They preferred living death to actual death. They preferred the lie to the truth. They preferred the ashes to the fire. But the fire had come anyway. It had burned the hats. It had burned the movement. It had burned the country. The unforgiven had not been consumed by the fire. They had been left behind like the dross after the smelting, the waste after the harvest. They were the remnant of a failed revolution. They were the leftover of a dead God. They were the unforgiven, and they would remain unforgiven until the day they died. Some of them would die soon. The stress, the poverty, the isolation, the refusal to seek medical care, all of it would shorten their lives. They would die in trailers, in apartments, in homeless shelters. They would die alone. Their obituaries, if they had obituaries, would not mention the hat. Their families, if they had families, would not attend the funeral. They would be buried in paupers' graves, without ceremony, without mourning. The earth would take them. The earth would not judge them. The earth was indifferent. Only the living judged, and the living had moved on. Others would live longer. They would survive into the 2030s, the 2040s, the 2050s. They would watch the country slowly rebuild around them, and they would not participate in the rebuilding. They would be spectators at a resurrection they did not believe in. They would shake their heads at the new schools, the new hospitals, the new community centers. They would mutter that it was all a waste, that the country was beyond saving, that the only solution was the one they had always believed in. A strong man, a wall, a purge. They would wait for the next Trump. They would wait forever. The next Trump would not come. The conditions that produced Trump, the rage, the resentment, the loss of status, were still there. But the man himself was gone, and no one could replace him. The cult had been a cult of personality. Without the personality, there was no cult. The unforgiven would wait for a Messiah who would never arrive. They would die waiting. The unforgiven were the walking wounded. They had been injured by their own choices and they refused treatment. The wound festered, the infection spread, but the infection only harmed them. The rest of the country had developed an immunity. The rest of the country had learned that the red hat was a poison. The rest of the country had burned the poison and moved on. The unforgiven still carried the poison in their veins. They were a warning, a reminder, a cautionary tale. The unforgiven did not see themselves as a warning. They saw themselves as victims. The world had betrayed them. The country had abandoned them. The God had failed them. They did not understand that they had betrayed themselves, that they had abandoned themselves, that they had failed themselves. They did not understand that the hat had been their choice, their donation, their vote, their lie. They did not understand because understanding would require them to look in the mirror, and the mirror showed a stranger. So they looked away. They looked at the past instead. They looked at the rallies, the speeches, the moments when they had felt powerful and righteous and right. They lived in those memories because the present was unbearable and the future was unimaginable. The memories were all they had. The memories were the only country they still inhabited. The unforgiven were not punished by society. Society did not have the energy for punishment. They were punished by themselves. They were locked in a prison of their own making. The walls were made of pride. The bars were made of denial. The guards were made of rage. They had built the prison brick by brick, year by year, donation by donation. Now they lived in it. They would die in it. The door was unlocked. It had always been unlocked. They could leave any time. They only had to say 3 words. I was wrong. They could not say them. The words were too heavy. The prison was lighter. So they stayed. The unforgiven stayed. They are still staying. They will stay until they die. The rest of the country has moved on. The rest of the country is rebuilding. The rest of the country has learned to live without the hat. The unforgiven have not learned. They are still waiting. They are still hoping. They are still blaming. They are still hurting. They are unforgiven because they cannot forgive themselves. And until they can, no one else can forgive them either. What crawls out of the fire? The fire burned hot. It burned the hats, the flags, the signs, the shirts, the bumper stickers, the buttons, the memorabilia of a decade-long fever. It burned the lies and the excuses and the justifications. It burned the rage and the resentment and the righteous anger. It burned the cult and the God and the altar where the faithful had knelt. When the fire finally died, when the embers cooled and the smoke cleared, the ground was black and bare. Nothing green remained, nothing living. Only ash and cinder and the memory of heat. And then slowly something crawled out. It was not a phoenix. Phoenixes are myths, stories we tell ourselves to make loss bearable. What crawled out of the fire was smaller, uglier, more fragile. It was a seed. It was a root. It was a single green shoot pushing up through the ash, searching for light. It was not beautiful. It was not triumphant. It was barely alive. But it was alive, and life, once it takes hold, is hard to kill. The people who crawled out of the fire were not heroes. They were not saints. They were not the vanguard of a new America. They were ordinary people who had done terrible things and believed terrible lies and worn terrible hats. They had been wrong. They knew they had been wrong. They could not undo the past. They could not bring back the dead, the vaccine refusers, the rioters, the suicides, the victims of the slow violence of neglect. They could not restore the alliances, the currency, the reputation, the trust. They could not rebuild the country overnight. They could only do the next right thing. And the next right thing was small. It was always small. What crawled out of the fire was a man named Dale, the retired auto worker from Flint, who had burned his hat first. After the burn, Dale went home to his empty apartment. He sat in his chair. He stared at the wall. He did this for 3 days. He did not eat. He did not sleep. He just sat and stared. On the 4th day, he got up. He walked to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator. It was empty. He walked to the corner store, bought a loaf of bread and a jar of peanut butter, and made himself a sandwich. He ate the sandwich. Then he called his daughter. He had not spoken to her in 3 years. He did not know if she would answer. She answered. He said, "I was wrong. I am sorry. I know sorry isn't enough, but it's all I have." She was silent for a long time. Then she said, "I know, Dad, I know." She did not forgive him. Not yet. But she did not hang up. They talked for 10 minutes. Then they said goodbye. Dale went back to his chair. He did not stare at the wall. He stared at the phone. He had done something. It was not enough, but it was something. What crawled out of the fire was a woman named Letitia, the RV worker from South Bend. After the burn, Letitia went to the community college. The community college was still open, barely, running on generators and volunteer teachers. She enrolled in a nursing program. She was 42 years old. She would not graduate until she was 45. She would start working as a nurse at 46. She would work for 20 years if her body held up, if the healthcare system did not collapse entirely. She did not care about the timeline. She cared about the work. The work was the only thing that made sense. She studied at night by candlelight because the power grid was unreliable. She memorized anatomy, pharmacology, patient care. She practiced injections on an orange. She learned to suture on a piece of pigskin from the butcher. She was not training to save the world. She was training to save one patient at a time. That was enough. What crawled out of the fire was a man named Charles, the former police officer from Canton. After the burn, Charles went to the city council meeting. The meeting was held in a church basement because the city hall had been condemned. There were 12 people in attendance. Charles stood up and spoke. He said, "I used to be a cop. I used to wear the hat. I used to believe things that were not true. I am here to tell you that I was wrong, and I am here to ask what I can do to help." The city council members looked at him. They did not trust him. They had no reason to trust him. But they needed help, desperately. They asked him to organize a neighborhood watch, not a vigilante group, but a real watch, with training, with protocols, with accountability. Charles said yes. He spent the next 6 months walking the streets of his neighborhood, talking to his neighbors, listening to their fears. He helped organize a system of phone trees and check-ins. He helped mediate disputes that might have turned violent. He did not carry a gun. He did not wear a uniform. He wore a plain blue jacket and a pair of comfortable shoes. He walked. He listened. He helped. It was not policing. It was neighborliness. It was the opposite of the hat. What crawled out of the fire was a woman named Carol, the 73-year-old from Michigan who had burned her hat last. After the burn, Carol went home to her subsidized apartment. She sat on her bed. She looked at the spot on the wall where the hat had hung. The hat was gone. The nail was still there. She looked at the nail for a long time. Then she got up and took the nail out of the wall with a hammer. She put the nail in a drawer. She covered the hole with a picture of her grandchildren, the grandchildren she had not seen in years. The picture was old. The grandchildren were grown now, with children of their own. Carol did not know their faces. She looked at the picture and cried. Then she wrote a letter. She wrote to her daughter, the one who had stopped speaking to her in 2024. She wrote, "I am sorry. I was wrong. I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't expect to see you again. But I wanted you to know that I know. The hat is gone. The anger is gone. I am just your mother now. I am just an old woman who made a terrible mistake. If you ever want to see me, I will be here. If not, I understand." She mailed the letter. She did not expect a reply. A month later, a reply came. It was a photograph. The photograph showed her daughter, her son-in-law, her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren. They were standing in front of a house Carol did not recognize. On the back of the photograph, written in her daughter's handwriting, were the words, "We are not ready to see you, but we wanted you to know we are still here." Carol put the photograph on the wall where the hat had hung. She looked at it every day. She did not stop hoping. What crawled out of the fire was a generation of young people who had never worn the hat. They had been children during the Trump years. They had watched their parents lose themselves to the cult. They had watched their country fall apart. They had been powerless to stop it. Now they were young adults. They were angry, not at the left, not at the immigrants, not at the deep state, but at their parents, at the generation that had burned the country down. The anger was righteous. It was also dangerous. Anger, even righteous anger, can become its own cult. The young people knew this. They had studied the history of the MAGA movement. They had learned how rage could be weaponized, how resentment could be exploited, how a demagogue could turn fear into power. They were determined not to repeat the mistakes of their parents. They were building something new, a politics based on mutual aid, on direct democracy, on local control. They were not waiting for a savior. They were not looking for a strong man. They were organizing. They were meeting in church basements and community centers and living rooms. They were learning to listen to each other. They were learning to disagree without destroying each other. They were slow. They were careful. They were boring. They were exactly what the country needed. What crawled out of the fire was a new understanding of what America had been and what it could become. The old America, the America of the petrodollar, the alliances, the passport, the arms deals, was dead. It was not coming back. The new America, if it came at all, would be smaller, poorer, humbler. It would not dominate the world. It would not dictate terms. It would not lead. It would be one country among many, struggling to survive, striving to improve, failing often, learning slowly. The new America would not be great. Greatness was a trap. Greatness had led to the hat. The new America would be sufficient. It would be enough. What crawled out of the fire was a handful of communities that had learned to cooperate. Not because they liked each other, many of them still did not, but because they had no choice. The state had collapsed. The federal government was a memory. The only safety net was the one they knitted themselves. In Vermont, a group of towns formed a mutual aid network that shared food, firewood, medicine, and childcare. In Minnesota, a coalition of farmers and urban gardeners created a seed bank and a food distribution system that fed 10,000 people. In Oregon, a network of retired nurses and doctors opened free clinics in church basements. In Kansas, a group of former political enemies, Democrats, Republicans, and former Trump voters, formed a cooperative to repair the roads and bridges that the state could no longer maintain. These communities were not utopias. They had conflicts, shortages, failures. But they were alive. They were trying. Trying was everything. What crawled out of the fire was a seed of something that might, in a generation or two, grow into a new kind of democracy. Not the democracy of the hat, the democracy of the rally, the chant, the scream. A quieter democracy, a democracy of the school board meeting, the town hall, the neighborhood association. A democracy that required patience, compromise, and the willingness to lose. The MAGA movement had been a rebellion against that kind of democracy. It had promised a shortcut, a strong man who would do the work for them. The shortcut had led to a dead end. The survivors were walking back to the long road. The long road was harder, but it went somewhere. The shortcut had led to the fire. The long road led out of it. What crawled out of the fire was not hope. Hope was too grand, too fragile. What crawled out was something sturdier. Call it determination. Call it stubbornness. Call it the refusal to lie down and die. The people who had burned their hats did not have hope. They had seen too much to believe in happy endings. But they had not given up. Giving up would have been easier. They had chosen the harder path, to live with what they had done, to try to make amends, to do the next right thing. That was not hope. It was something better. It was grit. What crawled out of the fire was a child, a baby born in a tent city on the outskirts of Atlanta in the winter of 2028. Her mother was a former Trump voter who had lost her house, her job, and her husband. Her mother had burned her hat at a parking lot ceremony 6 months before the baby was born. The baby was born healthy, screaming, alive. Her mother named her Asha. It was a name she had heard somewhere, a name that meant life or hope or something like that. The mother was not sure. She just liked the sound. Asha would grow up in the ruins of the old America. She would never know the country that had been. She would know only the country that was being built. She would go to a school that met in a repurposed warehouse. She would learn to read from books that had been salvaged from abandoned libraries. She would eat food grown in community gardens and distributed through mutual aid networks. She would never wear a red hat. She would not know what a red hat was, except as a photograph in a history book, a relic of a time before she was born. She would ask her mother, "Why did people wear those?" Her mother would struggle to answer. How do you explain a cult to a child? How do you explain a decade of madness? Her mother would say, "They were scared. They made bad choices. But we don't have to make those choices. We can choose something different." Asha would nod. She would not fully understand. But she would remember. And she would choose. What crawled out of the fire was the future. Not the future of the MAGA faithful. Their future was behind them. The future of their children, their grandchildren, the children who had been born into the ashes. The future was not guaranteed. It could still go wrong. The fire could light again. Another demagogue could rise. Another hat could be printed. The seeds of the cult were still there, buried in the soil, waiting for water. The survivors would have to watch for them, pull them out, throw them back into the fire. The work of prevention was never done. But the work was possible. The work was being done. What crawled out of the fire was not a happy ending. This book does not have a happy ending. Happy endings are for fairy tales, not for histories. The ending of this story is ambiguous. It is uncertain. It is fragile. The country is still poor. The alliances are still broken. The dollar is still worthless. The hat is gone, but the wounds remain. The unforgiven are still unforgiven. The dead are still dead. Nothing can bring them back. Nothing can undo what was done. And yet, something crawled out of the fire. Something small, something green, something alive. It is not enough. It will never be enough. But it is something, and something in the face of nothing is everything. The fire burned. The fire died. The ashes cooled. And in the ashes, a single seed took root. It will take generations to grow. It may not survive, but it is there. It is real. It is the only thing that matters now. The rest is ash. The rest is memory. The rest is a red hat, burning. What crawls out of the fire is us, if we let it be.